Hello. I heard your sermon and...
Yeah, God has shown us his sign. He has finally spoken to all of us. With his thunderous voice, he has revealed the unknown. We did it. It's all our fault. We did it. But there's still time. All is not lost. There's still time to avoid it. The head of the lion above the flames that holds the key to everything.
But what is it we did?
Time is the will of God. It is his heart and his hammer. The centuries and the ages belong solely to him. The celestial empire is a divine clock. Time rotates around God. Its hands are his angels and archangels. Now I see it all clearly. How could we have been so stupid? Our arrogance had enraged him. That's what we did.
This man is definitely crazy. Nothing he says makes any sense.
I beg you, leave my brother in peace. He's very upset.
We did what? I'm sorry, but I didn't understand a word you just said.
We sullied his name. We didn't know that each second is a drop of Christ's blood, and that only he can reign over the interval, over the infinite mysticism of the fragment. Only he can reign over time with his incandescent omnipotence, and we were unable to see it. And now he is enraged, and we're to blame. That's what we did.
I still don't understand what it is we did.
Each cycle is a fluorescent gust of God's will, don't you see? Can't you see it? He reigns over the days and the hours from the inscrutable luminescence of his dwelling place. And we are just instants that slip through his fingers. Time is his, and his alone. And we tried to wrest it from him. That's what we did.
What signs are you referring to?
The dark angels of God clamor madly through the open wound that is bleeding the kingdom of heaven dry.
I can't see!
Haven't you heard? They were speaking with a thunderous voice. God is furious. That is his sign.
I suppose in his delirium, the man has mistaken that strange sound coming from the gash in the sky left by the great wave as a sign from the heavens. He's definitely lost his mind.
Please be so kind as to leave us in peace. Can't you see that my brother is very agitated?
I assume you're referring to the atmospheric phenomenon in the sky caused by the great wave.
No! It's the stench of human arrogance that made the gears of the gates of hell grind. And now they're opening up like a festering wound to swallow us all. Can it be that you haven't heard it? That is his sign.
Excuse me, but I don't think that was a divine sign.
We've lacerated the sacred skin of the shroud God enveloped us in. We've betrayed him. We've stabbed him with our infinite arrogance. And you can see the mark etched on the heavens. Through that gash, Lucifer has shouted our name from on high. Satan is calling each and every one of us by name. Can't you hear it? That is his sign.
Tell me, what is it that we can still prevent?
The wrath of God, the destruction of man. There's still time. We did it, but we still have time. The key is in the ruins of the temple. We have to find the ruins of the temple. Look for the head of the lion above the flames. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames while there's still time.
But this church is already in ruins. It hardly has any walls or a foundation left. You're already in the ruins of the temple.
No, you're mistaken. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
That's enough. Stop tormenting my brother. He's exhausted.
The head of the lion above the flames? That sounds absurd. It makes no sense. I think it's best that I leave you in peace.
Yes, leave my brother in peace.
There's still time. There's still time. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
I prefer to hold on to it. I think this will be more useful to me. Tomorrow comes today. There's something about the composition that's... Or maybe it's just a... I'm not gonna get... Although... It's the cross of the main altar. It depicts an ancient instrument of torture, with a poor, humiliated, martyred man hanging on it. Oh no! Here comes that sensation again. It's like floating in a dense liquid, while everything around me is transformed. Good God. I think I'm starting to lose my mind. Now, with the 2 stained glass windows gone, I realize that the architecture of this place sort of resembles the exoskeleton of an insect. I don't think I like being in here at all. The ruins of a Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure, but make it snappy. Can't you see that we're very busy?
What goes on inside that church? Has everyone gone completely crazy?
Are you referring to the pastor and his flock? Oh, don't pay too much attention to them. Reverend Blake is a good man. He helped a lot of people after the Great Wave. But he gradually started to lose his mind until he reached the state he's in now.
Well, I stop by once or twice to listen to him preach. The days are long. You have to find something to do. I try to go at this time of day. There are fewer people because it's almost curfew time. The Reverend seems obsessed with that atmospheric phenomenon in the sky, and with religious themes of guilt and repentance. Although I think he's actually just talking about himself. But the most surprising thing about all this is that he has hundreds of followers, and he's attracting more and more all the time from all over the city. And they even let him into the refugee camp once in a while to preach there. People adore him.
Why does that surprise you? We've been following sane leaders since time began, and look where that got us. Maybe it's time to start following the crazier ones.
Well, that's the most sensible thing I've heard you say all day.
Atmospheric phenomenon? Are you referring to the gash in the sky? In the camp, no one knows what it is.
On this side of the fence, the authorities have come up with their own scientific term: atypical controlled turbulence in the upper ionosphere. Though I suppose that's just a fancy way of telling us that they have no idea what the hell it was that split the sky in two after the Great Wave.
It makes my blood run cold when that aberration starts to grind out that noise like a piece of rusty machinery.
I wish those scrambled little clouds up there were the worst of our problems, dear.
Oh, shut up.
Thanks for the chat.
Thanks for the company, friend.
need to get in here. But please, don't make too much noise.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Help me, please.
A dirty window at ground level for ventilation. It's the only opening this building's basement has to the outside. I hate the grating sound of glass being scratched. It jangles my nerves, so I won't do it. Let's see. I can try to rip it off. Nothing. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get it off. Use this here? How?
Did you bring me what you promised me, rat?
No, not yet, but I'm working on it.
Then get out of my sight and don't make me regret giving you the bracelet. Don't come back here without that morphine from my husband, like I said. There'll be a fat wad of cash waiting for you.
Yes, I know. Better not. I have no... Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. Everything. Everything is mutating, and I haven't even moved. I don't understand. I don't understand anything. I'm not gonna pick the sides. I bet my aim is worse than theirs.
Hello, Michael.
You did a very good job with your mission. I owe you.
Yes, our dad would be proud. Are you going to give us a reward, Michael?
Of course. You deserve it. Give me time to bring you something.
Yeah!
I have to get going. Keep practicing your marksmanship, boys. Those boys are expecting some type of reward, and I don't think they're gonna find this very exciting. Those boys are, and I don't... Those boys, and I don't... Hello, mister. Are you still waiting?
I still am. That's all I can do at this point, don't you agree?
I should be going on my way. Have a pleasant wait, mister. A piece of glass from the stained glass window I broke. Although according to Reverend Blake, the incident was a sign from God, and therefore, in effect, I was just a simple tool of his will. Damn it! That illuminated nutcase has infected me with his twisted rhetoric.
Hello again. What can I get for you?
I'm not really interested in buying anything.
Hi, Mike. So what brings you here?
Do the words Beechwood Oracle mean anything to you?
No. Sorry, dude. Doesn't ring a bell. What is it? Some kind of riddle or play on words?
I don't know. Someone told me about it, and I'm curious. That's all. I should be going now.
Fine, Mike. You're welcome anytime. Remember, dude, here we can get you whatever you need. No questions asked.
What for? I'd only end up breaking the glass, or even worse, cutting my hand with it. Hey, you guys.
Hello again, pal. Have you come back to spend some time with Rose, or do you just enjoy wasting our time?
Let me into the van. I just want to talk to Rose for a few minutes.
Of course, it's none of our business what you want to do with her. But if you go into the van, you gotta pay the price.
Got any money on you?
No, I don't have any on me.
Then come back when you do and quit bothering us. We have a very busy schedule, you know?
The girl said something about a secret involving me. Something from before the Great Wave. It seemed important. But what is it? Maybe it was a product of her madness. But I need to talk to her inside that van to get some answers. I'll come back with the money.
Now that sounds much better. I see that we're starting to speak the same language.
I don't have anything more to discuss with you. I don't think I'd gain anything by using this here. Hanging up this... I'm afraid scratching the glass with... Besides, I hate this cars, machine... This place... An enormous rusty tank designed to collect rainwater. Everything indicates that the Great Wave wiped out the concept of running water in one fell swoop, at least on this side of the fence. Those are the guys... I believe... What for? Cutting my... It doesn't look like... Oh no! Here comes that sensation again. It's like floating in a dense liquid, while everything around me is transformed. Good God. The enormous trailer that's... I find it hard to imagine this heavy old monstrosity ever traveled on the highway. It's Colin, but dissolved. It's shocking to see one up close. I'm ashamed to admit that I'm afraid of catching it, but I'm glad there's a pane of glass between us right now. Colin's mother. I can't imagine her anguish watching her son's life slipping away without being able to do anything. It's good old Rod, the person who's been taking care of me all this time. He's waiting for me to find the medicine for his son's disease. He promised to restore my identity if I do. It gives me the chills to think that he's putting Colin's life in my hands. A box that used to hold Danish butter cookies. Probably the one mentioned in the notebook I found in the trailer's oven. God forgive us, but there's no future for us without him, was written there. Now I understand why this window hasn't been cleaned. It gives Rod and his family some privacy without raising suspicions about the boy's illness. Besides, that glass looks pretty thick. The boy's cries can't be heard from outside. I hate the grating, so I won't. A thick, I have to admit. Scratching the glass. Besides, hanging up this poster. I have no intention of putting my hand back in there. There's nothing else in that shopping cart that interests me.
Better now? I think we're rolling. Jesus, I'm so fucking tired of this software. Thank you. That means the first, what? 20 minutes of my stream has been muted. Great. But thank you for telling me, Brax.
Can I ask you a few questions?
I'll answer anything you want, as long as you don't get near my stuff.
Can you tell me everything you know about the Great Wave? We already know about this.
Well, I'll be going on my way. Good luck to you, pal.
Just be sure to stay away from my things.
It's bolted from inside. I don't quite see it. I'm not gonna... Open or closed. This closet transmits the same sensation of decrepitude and neglect as the rest of the room, and the rest of the refugee camp. This oven is... There's nothing left in...
Guess we don't have anything to do
This
here?
oven is empty. There's nothing left in... Time has left these hinges. There's no way I'm going to be able to break open the ground in this. If you... The glass isn't hard enough to unblock this door. It would break in two.
So we need some kind of pry bar, iron rod, or something to open that freaking car door. Huh.
Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. Everything. Everything is mutated. I don't understand. I don't understand anything.
Me neither.
It's the enormous fence around the perimeter of the camp, with surveillance from the towers and on the ground. This barbed wire fence intensifies the feeling of claustrophobia in here, making it even more suffocating.
Let's go down here.
Clean and well-maintained. This bike is without a doubt the best-looking object in the entire refugee camp. Although, that's not saying much, considering the disastrous condition of everything around me.
Hey, Rat, I don't think that motorcycle belongs to you. Or at least I don't remember seeing your name on it anywhere. Am I mistaken?
Are you one of those people who have no respect for private property, bastard? Do you know what we do in this camp with people like you?
I'm beginning to get an idea. I was just curious about this thing. I'm stepping away. Oh no. Here comes that sensation again.
Now this
It's
is
like
becoming annoying.
Floating in a dense... Well, Good God. I think I'm...
This is starting to become annoying. Like, almost every other scene.
Maybe this leather saddlebag contains tools for motorcycle maintenance. Like a... Whew. Well, I'm sure I could drive it. I have no idea how these machines work. Maybe this leather saddle... Whew.
Hey, Rat, I don't think that motorcycle belongs to you. Or at least I don't remember seeing your name on it anywhere. Am I mistaken?
Are you one of those people who have no respect for private property, bastard? Do you know what we do in this camp with people like you?
I'm beginning to get an idea. I was just curious about this thing. I'm stepping away. I can't quite see how to use this here. Maybe this leather... Whew.
Can we use the glass on the saddlebag?
What for? Cutting my...
The nails on the bike?
I don't think so. I don't think I'd... A small military sentry box with no door. So narrow that the soldier on duty can hardly turn around inside.
So I guess we have to distract him somehow.
I don't mean to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions?
Hey, it seems like we have a nosy rat in the camp.
I won't bother you anymore.
Get lost.
The barbed wire surrounding the camp is incredibly tangled, and the barbs look like they'd tear you to pieces. It looks like the army wanted to make it very difficult for anyone who might get the bright idea of trying to escape.
There's nothing here on the ground we can...
Clothes, knickknacks, and broken furniture. This room is full of broken, worthless junk. There's no question. This place was looted recently, and rather violently, I might add. Let's see. Bestsellers, romantic novels, and cheap encyclopedias. I'm not surprised that the contents of this bookcase are still here. Some of the drawers have been torn out, now they're torn apart. These are by far the tallest structures in the refugee camp.
Hello, Michael.
You did a very good job with your mission. I owe you.
Yes, our dad would be proud. Are you going to give us a reward, Mike?
Of course.
Yeah.
I have to...
I don't know what to give them.
This chain and padlock have this door locked up tight. Whoever did this made sure that no one will be able to open it again without the right key. A chain with a padlock. Huh, but I'm no Houdini. Let's not waste any more time on this. What was formerly the entrance to a subway stop is now a bunker reinforced with bricks and cement. A moldy sign says, "Subway service suspended until further notice." I imagine a metal sign bolted to the wall. It's the logo, and from what I can see, one of the edges is slightly detached.
Let's see. I'm afraid... It's not that, but I need something stronger to tear this sign down. A bucolic fountain covered with ivy and moss. The park's desolation gives it an air of mystery from the side of the fence. In its day, it must have been home to a school of goldfish, which I suppose are now gradually decomposing inside it. I refuse to touch that repulsive mess and put it in my pocket. It's absolutely putrid.
Can we use the shard glass on the molten
What
rock?
for? Cutting my hand.
Want to use the hat?
I'm afraid I...
Nope.
Hanging up this... It doesn't... Hanging up this... I don't quite...
I don't know what to do. I'm a bit stuck.
So, let's see. Impossible. It's not that it's super heavy. It's that there's hardly any place to insert your fingers to lift this manhole cover. This thick wall of... Who the... Best not to waste... Use this here? Someone went to a lot of trouble to weld the front gate of the park shut. I'm afraid that access is totally... Judging from its girth, this giant must have lived for hundreds of years before someone got the bright idea of cutting it down. Now the stump is guarding the entrance to the park. The park is closed down, and the front gate is locked shut. If I want to get in there, it won't be through the gate.
I guess I have to go through the sewer then. And there's nothing here, the pews I can pick up. Like a broken piece of wood or anything.
This is a stone fragment. Physics and religion.
Yo, Mitchell. Hiya.
It doesn't seem like a... The entire world is turned... I'm not going to give it to any...
I'm seriously in doubt what to do. I can't talk with anyone? Or I can talk with people, but they don't have anything new to say. Yeah, I feel like I'm a bit stuck here. Like, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. It's just I don't have the necessary means of doing it.
Dozens of posters, all shredded.
I feel like I'm missing, like, one piece of the puzzle in order to continue on, you know? And I just don't know what to do.
I don't think this is the best wall for displaying advertising. Hanging up this post... They're not going to let me take them. Even though it's just small change. These guys are playing poker. Okay, here goes. It's impossible. Someone placed... Ugh. Oh. It's a thick cable that runs along that building's roof, but I can't see it very well from here. It's too high.
Then he goes down. Can I use the glass on the cable?
The cable's too high. I can't reach it from here. I don't think I'd gain anything by using this here. Dented dirt. I'm not gonna, although, hanging up.
So I need to put this poster somewhere.
This bright light leaves no doubt about where the entrance to the building is. There are some insects fluttering around it that end up getting scorched by the heat and dropping dead. Specialize in wheeling and dealing. This bar... I prefer to hold... It took a lot to get it. What a pointless waste of time. The rag he's using to wipe it down is even dirtier than the surface of the bar itself. That's the background music for the establishment. The speaker is cranking out a dreary, droning country song, and it's getting on my nerves.
So where do I put the freaking poster at?
I don't think... I'm afraid... Hanging up this... It doesn't seem... In another context, but here... Hanging up this... I'm not gonna... The entire... It took a lot... I'm not gonna give it... I don't think doing... Scratching the glass aside. For now, I don't see... Better not. Now I understand why this window hasn't been cleaned. Besides, a thick... I have to... So I won't... I don't quite see... I'm not gonna get... Although... I prefer... I'm not... Although... Hanging up this poster here wouldn't do anything for me. From time to time, the old man with the bolt cutters peers at the shadows, absolutely terrified. Those savages have become an even greater problem for these people than the Great Wave and its aftermath. It doesn't seem like a good idea. The entire world, it's the silhouette of this. It seems like unto each... I'm not gonna give... It took a lot to get it. Use this here? Deodorant. They seem like... Hanging up this post... What for? I prefer to hold on. Without electricity and surrounded by this traffic light...
I'm seriously in doubt on what to do.
Do a barrel roll!
I don't think I'd gain anything by using this here.
Thank you for the barrel roll.
This brace... This enormous... Perhaps that wasn't the original... Hanging up this poster here wouldn't do anything for me. I'm afraid I...
I'm serious in doubt on what to do. Damp soil.
Strange. The soil here seems darker and less packed than the soil around it. In fact, the mud in this part of the ground is a bit damp and mushy. My fingers even leave marks in it when I touch it.
Can we use the shard here?
I'll do this very carefully, so that the glass doesn't break in two. Perfect. The hole I've dug is big enough to get to the other side of the fence.
Yay!
You can smell. I have no intent.
So now... Oh! Holy shit.
Good God. There are dozens, hundreds of corpses hanging from the branches. What could have drawn all these people here? What kind of pain? What kind of desperation brought them here? These are the corpses of ordinary people who were living their ordinary lives in their ordinary little worlds up to a very short time ago. Could any of them have imagined meeting an end like this back then? Forgotten and nameless, swaying in the breeze like marionettes. And all those savages in uniforms did was close the park. They didn't even bother to cut their bodies down from the trees. I'm afraid that tonight, there are too many dark stars to count in Suicide Park. This vegetation is so dense that all you can see are some flattened metal posts in there. There's no doubt that nature has taken over this corner of the city. And considering its proximity to the medical center, I bet this is the continuation of the wall of trees that crosses the compound from one end to the other. Impossible. One of its ends is tied to the crowbar, and the other... Well, the other is also tied to something.
A wooden bench.
A rotting bench overlooking purgatory. It looks like the kid who hanged himself from this tree climbed up on this and then jumped with the rope around his neck.
Here we go again.
Wait a minute. That guy is... the suicide victim who was hanging from this tree. No, don't do it, please. No! Good God, I saw him hang himself.
And we use the shard of glass on the rope.
I'm not going to cut it. If I can manage to salvage this rope without cutting it, it could be useful to me.
So now we got a piece of rope and a crowbar.
I don't see anything to tie to this.
You can't tie a rope to a crowbar. Interesting.
There's no... And I bet...
Can we look at the body?
Someone carved a suicide note into the wood. I hope you can find a way to forgive me someday. And it's signed with a pair of illegible initials.
Okay, scary as shit. Now we know why it's called Suicide Park, huh? So, can I use the crowbar here?
The crowbar fits perfectly into the hole in the manhole cover.
But before we do so, I want to go back to the city and see if we can open the car with a crowbar.
Okay, let's see if I can open this. Got it. Let's see. I'm sure that if I tug on it a little... Good. The upholstery came off along with one of the elastic bands that was holding it to the seat.
A seat cover, an elastic band.
Although both objects were together, why would I want to do this elastic? That wouldn't serve any.
Okay. Can we use the crowbar on the wood pane or the window pane, and why would we?
If I hit this window, I'll shatter it. It's pretty quiet around here, and the sound of the break...
Okay, it would shatter. Can we use the crowbar on the guy trying to break the chain?
I agree that violence is sometimes the shortest path between 2 points, but considering how heavy this padlock and the chain are, I'm not sure that brute force is going to help me open this door. That would be one way of getting into the house, but the noise of breaking glass would alert the soldiers posted nearby. I'd rather not think about what those savages would do to this old man. And me.
Okay, can we use the seat cover on the window?
This quilted fabric fits the size of the window perfectly.
And then we use the crowbar.
Okay, let's try this. And let's cross our fingers that the seat cover absorbs the noise of the breaking glass. If the soldiers next door find me, they'll blow my head off without bothering to ask questions.
You've done it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm safe now. God bless you, stranger. You saved my life.
Take care of yourself, old man. And I don't have to tell you, don't open the door to strangers. This house already has
a bolt cutter. Can we use the crowbar on the sign?
Maybe with the help of the crowbar, I can get the subway sign off the wall.
But why?
Damn it! I've managed to tear it down, but the subway sign is broken in two. It's useless. I'll never get these nails through the metal of the subway sign. They may be corroded. This elastic band doesn't fit in anywhere. I can't use...
You got an elastic band. Does the kid want the elastic band so they can make a slingshot? Meaning we give them a reward.
Those boys are expecting some type of reward for completing their mission, and I don't think they're gonna find this very exciting.
What about... if we use the rope on the electric cable?
The cable's too high. I can't reach it from here. Someone put... Ugh. Oh. It's a thick cable that runs along that building's roof, but I can't see it very well from here. It's too high.
But we can't combine the rope with anything.
I don't
right?
see... I don't see... Better not. I don't see...
Okay. So what do we got so far? But now we can probably go into the medical center.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna climb down any further. It's totally dark in there, and it would be crazy to go into these sewers without any light.
Okay, so back to the trailer. See if we can pick up the oil lamp.
I'm not gonna snuff out this oil lamp. This place looks sinister enough with light. The oil lamp is the only source of light in this part of the trailer. Better not fool with it.
Can I drench
The oil
this?
lamp is the only source of light in this part of the trailer. Better not fool with it. I'm not gonna do it. Too many things around me have already gone up in smoke. The entire world has been reduced to ashes. The subway... Why would I want to do... I doubt I'd... The subway... That wouldn't serve... It's useless. The bolt cutters are very warm. I'm not going to waste...
We use the crowbar on the water
No.
tank?
Denting that water tank won't make this new world a better place.
No. But there was something... Oh, what was it with the drums? He did say...
Ugh. They smell like liquor and industrial oil. Oh, Jesus.
Can I dip the rope?
I could tie the rope around one of these barrels, but what for? Each one weighs a ton. I wouldn't be able to budge it an inch. I could... What for? I could... What for? It doesn't look like it's having any effect. This'll... I don't quite see how I could use this here. I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the pieces of the metal sign with that. I'm afraid I can't use... I don't see... I don't think... I don't... I don't... Better not.
Can we use the rope on the...
The street light is several feet off the ground. I can't reach it. This chain and padlock have this door locked up tight. Whoever did this made sure that no one will be able to open it again without the right key. I'm afraid I can't... It's an old rope, but in good condition, considering how long it's been exposed to the elements. But the stench it gives off is nauseating. One of the elastic bands that was holding the seat cover in the abandoned car. A rather old and dull pair of bolt cutters. Could that be why I couldn't open the padlock on that door? I'm afraid that in the condition they're in, I'll have to use them on softer materials if I want to accomplish anything. A subway sign split in two. That's what happens when you try to rip something off a wall without the right tools. They're city dwellers.
There is the rotten fish.
These are the remains of the fish that used to swim around in the fountain. It looks like the catastrophe caught them by surprise, too. Ugh. Use this here? I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the pieces of the metal... That's not necessary.
The fish is already dead.
Chopping up those smelly fish isn't going... A pretty fountain, covered with dry leaves, ivy, and moss. In its day, it must have been home to a school of goldfish, which I suppose are now gradually decomposing inside it.
You want the moss from the tree?
I don't think I...
No.
It's impressive. The park was able to devour the fence effortlessly. The metal bars became like plasticine, molded by the whims of the vegetation. Wherever I look, I see corpses hanging from these branches, some so recent that the shadows of their faces make it seem like they're following you with their gaze. The trees and bushes are so close together here that I can hardly push the branches to one side with my hands. The thorns in these bushes are jabbing into me like metal spikes. I'm not going to be able to open up a path this way.
Can you use the bolt cutter? You did say softer materials.
Let's see what's on the other side of this hedge.
Hallelujah.
No! Please! These visions! My head!
You won't get any of his things. I won't allow it. Do you hear me?
Michael, is that you? Thank God we found you. It's me, Chris. Don't you recognize me? But there is a solution, Michael. All is not lost. There is still a possibility of salvation for us. For each and every one of us.
You have to stop this, Michael. You have to quit. I can't do it. It's destroying us, don't you see? It's killing us. It's that demon inside me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
These visions are getting more intense all the time. The pain is unbearable. Who's Chris? Salvation is still possible, he said. Could that be true? And once again, that female voice that's been haunting me since I woke up. Who is she? Why was she so distressed? What the hell happened to us? Or is going to happen to us?
Okay.
From here, I'll have a magnificent view of the hospital compound. In truth, the part that's visible from the road is only a fraction of it. The vegetation conceals a much larger area.
Let's go. Electrified wire.
More of that barbed wire that adorns all the city's buildings. If I get up close enough, I can hear a slight buzz, a sure sign that this fence is electrified.
We can't go any further? Okay. Can we use the rubber band?
Forget it. By the sound of it, there must be a massive amount of voltage running through the wire on this fence. I'd only manage to fry myself.
Oh, half-bird plate.
I have no intention of sticking my arms through this electrified fence. As a suicide option, I think I'd rather use the park next door.
Can we use the rope?
I have no intention of sticking my arms through... As a suicide...
But the park next door.
This elastic band doesn't fit in anywhere.
The crowbar?
I have no... As a There's a flat metal object buried in the bushes, but I can't see it very well from this side of the fence.
This is as far as I go. He said on the other side. But what other side? How do you want me to get to the other side?
The trees and bushes conceal structures where hundreds and hundreds of metal barrels were being stored. Whatever's inside them, there must be thousands of gallons of it down there. There's a flat metal object buried in the bushes, but I can't see it very well from this side of the fence.
No?
Despite the condition of the bolt cutters, but it's metal, and there must... I'd end up...
Okay. So I guess I can't...
The fence was knocked down, flattened, and humiliated, and is asking for help by raising its twisted arms toward the sky. This more...
That didn't help me very much.
This fence protects the compound on all four sides, as impenetrable and menacing as the one around the refugee camp. It seems like barbed wire barricades are the only architecture possible in this new world. I'm afraid I can't do that. This elastic band doesn't fit in anywhere. This hunk of marble weighs too much to try to stand it up with just this rope. It doesn't look like it's... Why would I don't see... That wouldn't... I don't see... I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the pieces of the metal sign with that.
No, I don't want to
pay. I won't get...
That would be suicide. The guards would blow my head off the minute I tried it. I don't quite see how I could use this here.
What? Hold on. Oh, that is cruel. So apparently there's something here that I've missed.
It looks like there are some chiseled stone structures sticking out of the water. What are they? The remains of columns, perhaps? And what are they doing sunk here in the middle of nowhere? It seems like a small fragment of one of them is loose. It's the charred remains of a tree trunk, fighting to keep from being devoured by the enormous hole in the ground. For the moment, it's holding its own. It seems firmly rooted in the soil.
So I can't grab this.
I can't reach it from here. Maybe I should find a way to get to the bottom of this enormous hole first.
The rope.
As dead as that tree is, it still looks strong enough to tie the rope to. Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight. Underneath the surface, there must be many more of these stone things I see sticking out of the water. No doubt they're the remains of a structure that sank here. It seems like a small fragment of one of them is loose.
So I got a stone.
I suppose the rain has been flooding the pit little by little. This water is so dark you can't even see the bottom. This hole in the ground is steep walls of mud and earth. The distance to the bottom is several yards. How the hell was this cesspit formed?
I feel the music is way too low. There we go. So now I got a stone. I wonder, can I use that on the sentry guy so I can get into the saddlebag? Or do I need to break the window at the trailer park?
A small piece of sculpted marble. It's the head of an animal above what looks like flames or an open fire. Could it be a lion's head?
Holy moly, that's the one that guy needs in the church.
The head of the lion above the flames. I think this must be yours.
The head of the lion. The head of the lion above the flames. The ruins of the temple still exist. Salvation is still possible. We can prevent it. We can still prevent it. Don't you understand? The annihilation of time. The wrath of God for our arrogance. There's still time. I have to return to the ruins of the temple. I have to go back to the ruins of the temple.
And now we got a stick, we can make a slingshot for the kids.
In my mind, this man is a complete lunatic.
So now we got a wooden stick to make a slingshot.
So, let's see. I just made a primitive homemade slingshot.
Now we got a prize for the kids, so they can probably use it to distract the guard so I can get into the saddlebag. Yes? Maybe? No?
Hello, Michael.
Hi, kids.
We got Mom out of the house. Now what about that reward?
Yes. I think I have something you might like. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. They're just kids. And this could get them into trouble. I know perfectly well what they're going to use it for, but their aim is amazing. And a little commotion on the camp fence could be a good thing for everyone. Besides, they want to do something for their father, and those pigs at the gate deserve a surprise.
What is it, Michael? Tell us, what is it?
Oh.
I'm sorry, kids. What I brought is not... I'll keep looking...
Okay.
I did the right thing. Well, I'm not going to pick them up. I'm sure it took the kids a long... Besides.
Let's see if I can distract them myself.
Shoot over there, even if I had a projectile handy. I consider myself rather clumsy. I just end up getting my fingers caught in the elastic. Use this here? Rifles against slingshots? That would be a real tight contest.
What about if I use the slingshot on the water tank?
Shoot over there, even if I had...
No, on the van.
I don't think I...
On the
Something
thugs.
and not exactly...
Okay. What about at the light fixture?
Even if I had... The cable's too high.
Okay, let's give the kids the freaking slingshot. And then save and then get the kids the slingshot. Let's save. Let's give kids the slingshot.
Hello, Michael.
Hi, kids.
We got Mom?
Yes.
Yes. I think I have something you might like. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. They're just kids. And this could get them into trouble. I know perfectly well what they're going to use it for, but their aim is amazing. And a little commotion on the camp fence could be a good thing for everyone. Besides, they want to do something for their father, and those pigs at the gate deserve a surprise.
What is it, Michael? Tell us, what is it?
I know it's something you're really going to like. Here you go. It's a slingshot.
It's a slingshot. Thank you, Michael. With this, we'll be able to hit the watchtowers. Come on, let's try it. That'll teach you pigs.
Attention, all units in Sector 12. Report immediately to the North Watchtower. I repeat, report immediately to the North Watchtower.
What's going on? I don't know. It must be something serious. Come on, let's go.
So now they're gone.
You hit him! Haha, yes. So what do we do now? I don't know. We've got to get out of here. Quickly, run!
I better take this with me.
Good idea. So now they're gone from the campsite. So now I can go into the saddlebag and pick up probably what I need. Maybe a flashlight. Rubber gloves.
Aw, shit. The key's not in the ignition. One of the soldiers on sentry duty must have it. Anyway, I should have figured as much.
Can we do something with the motorbike? Can we sabotage it so they can't
I'm afraid
use it?
I can't.
The crowbar?
Sabotaging this.
Okay. So far so good. Hey, Pi, can you steal their motorcycle? I just tried. And he doesn't want it. So now we can go here and maybe get the plate for whatever purpose we need.
The entire world has collapsed. Why would I care in the least about leaving fingerprints here? Okay, I'll wear the gloves to cut the electrified wire.
Okay. But hey, Mac. You said the keys
Perfect.
were not in the ignition of the...
Let's see what's down here. It's a trapdoor, and it looks like it hasn't been used in a long, long time.
Oh. Okay, let's save here. And let me get some coffee. And I'll be right back. See you in a bit. So, I'm back. A dark
This
room.
door leads to a dingy back room. What the hell could be in here? I can hear the buzz of electricity coming from inside, but I can't figure out anything more without a little more light.
Okay. I'm going to this door. Holy shit.
What is this place? Where the devil am I? It seems like the small building at the ground level is just camouflage. The most important part is here underground. Are all of them dissolved? How many patients can there be packed in here? Dozens? Hundreds? This is horrible! Great. It's a hell of a drop, and the railing wobbles when you touch it. Awesome! Wait a minute though. Isn't the idea of installing this to make it safe for people to cross from one side to the other?
There's acid jug over here. What do I need an acid jug for? A ventilation crate.
Let's see if this grate can be removed. Perfect. It looks like this hole leads to a passageway on the other side.
This is fucking ill. Sorry, my French. A black bag.
It's an enormous, wrinkled plastic bag that looks like it wants to escape from the cart's trash can.
What was here?
It has a side zipper that's open. The lining of the bag is damp and sticky. What the hell could they have been keeping inside it?
A body bag? I don't want to know. Janitor's cart.
It's sagging from the weight and so dilapidated that I doubt this janitor's cart has many more trips left in it.
A poster.
The future is in our hands. Collaborate, rebuild, report. From the text, I'd say this poster must have been part of a government campaign launched after the Great Wave.
Can we put our poster on top of that poster?
It doesn't look like it's having any effect.
There's a metal closet. There's a way down the main hall. Okay, let's open the metal closet.
A tiny lock is preventing me from opening the door. And despite its size, it seems to be very strong.
Can I use the crowbar?
I'm not going to open it this way. I don't see any cracks in the door big enough to get any leverage.
Can we use the acid?
It won't open that way.
Forms?
There's a bunch of papers stuck to the door of the closet. There seems to be some type of bureaucratic form among them.
Clean up brigade forms.
Military personnel, GPS, targets, rifles. I'm afraid what's described on these pages doesn't have very much to do with typical medical activities in a hospital. Military personnel, GPS, targets, rifles. I'm afraid what's described on these pages doesn't have very much to do with typical medical activities in a hospital. Military person. I'm afraid.
Okay. He doesn't want to look at any of the pictures.
Military.
Neutralized object. Neutralized objectivities. Connor, Ryan, no. Huh. Can we go?
Better not. I'm an intruder in this building, and it's under the Army's control. Going down to the main hall of the hospital would be walking straight into the lion's den.
Got lockers here?
A row of anonymous, ramshackle lockers. I get the impression that everything in here could fall apart at any moment. Maybe in solidarity with those poor unfortunates screaming in the main hall.
There's a poster. Trash and cigarette butts?
More of that official propaganda. Your silence is the enemy. Help the cleanup brigades, is the slogan of this poster. Benches in front of the lockers. Typical locker room. And so is this musty
Maybe
smell
that's
of old
morphine
sweat
in the
and dirty
cabinet
socks
over
that
there?
permeates this entire room. The floor of this place is one big revolting ashtray. It's a little disconcerting to note that cleanliness is not exactly a top priority in the hospital. Locked, of course. I'm starting to get annoyed with this sense of ownership I see in all the people with closets, lockers, and other storage furniture in this city.
Can I use the crowbar?
I'd rather use a key to open this case, but I'm a bit short on time. So...
Okay, good.
Who is it? Who's there?
Oh, excuse me,
What are you doing here? Have you come to steal something? Take one more step and I'll call the soldiers.
No, wait, please, don't do that.
Security, this is Nurse Uma Grundy. I need you to come right away.
No, wait!
Wait a minute, did you say Uma? Nurse Uma?
Wait a minute, did you say Uma? Nurse Uma?
Yes, that's my name.
Wait, please don't turn me in. I know your father. I saved his life just a few hours ago. They were going to deport him to the refugee camp, but I was able to stop it.
My God, did you say my father? Tell me, how is he? Has anything happened to him?
Don't worry, Uma. He's safe. He told me about you and your work in this place. He was worried. He'll want to know that you're all right. Wait, please don't turn me in.
This is Nurse Uma Grundy. It turned out to be a false alarm. You don't have to come, thank you.
Thank you, Uma. You did the right thing. My name is Michael.
But now you should explain why you burst in here like that. What are you looking for, Michael?
I came to get medicine. I need a cure for the dissolved.
Cure? There's no such thing. You won't find it here or anywhere else. The authorities distributed a memo among the medical staff months ago. I'm sure you can still find a copy of it around here somewhere. It told us that they've definitely abandoned the search for a medicine. You made a mistake risking your life to get in here. The only thing we store here is pain. This place is a tomb for those poor infected devils, but also for the people who work here. I'm sorry, Michael. The dissolved are condemned to death.
No, that can't be. There has to be a solution. A cure. Oh, man. Poor Rod. Poor Colin.
Sorry, give me a second. But I heard in the refugee camp they said a cure is being produced and stored here.
But I heard in the refugee camp they said a cure is being produced and stored here. Well, if that's not the case, what's the purpose of a building like this?
The Army deliberately keeps that rumor about a possible cure alive. You see, as long as people still have some hope left, it is much easier to control the city more effectively. But it's a lie.
I understand.
This medical center was built just after the Great Wave, taking advantage of some abandoned underground facilities. That was when the authorities were beginning to work on their project to rebuild the city. They told us the building was going to be used to take in the first patients. Of course, we had no idea the disease would become so widespread. I left my job in a clinic downtown to come here. I wanted to lend a hand. They demanded total confidentiality about our work to avoid causing panic in the population. Not even my father knew what we were really doing in here.
Yes. He told me that when I asked him about this place.
At first, we treated the patients with great care. There was medicine to ease their suffering and even research into a possible cure. Everything was going smoothly.
And then what happened?
Things started to go wrong. When the number of patients multiplied, we couldn't keep up. And then we began to run out of even the most basic supplies. And that was when the Army took over complete control of the center.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Then they sealed off the building. No one was allowed to leave, not even us. We doctors and nurses have been shut in here for months, isolated without even a glimpse of daylight. They say it's for security reasons. It's for our own safety. Oh yeah. Now our medical care is limited to wrapping up the patients in plastic bags, like the ones they use to transport cadavers, and then simply waiting for them to die, doing what little we can do to ease their suffering. Then we dispose of their remains, dissolving the black bags in acid for decontamination. And that's about it. That's all we can do with the resources we have. And sometimes it's just too much to bear.
Condemned to die, I heard their cries of pain out there. What really happened to the dissolved?
Condemned to die. I heard their cries of pain out there. What really happens to the dissolved?
These people suffer the most excruciating pain and die in the most horrible way I've ever seen. The first symptoms are bouts of nausea and fainting, which become more frequent and prolonged as the disease progresses, until in the end their entire metabolism enters a state of shock. Then their entire cell structure dissolves. It simply disintegrates. There's no medical explanation. It just happens. But there's something even stranger about the disease.
What could be stranger than what you just told me?
The dissolved become erratic, unpredictable, eccentric. They're uncontrollable. That's why the army fears them. They're afraid of their unpredictable behavior, but also of their strange messages. So the sole function of this place is to keep them locked away, hidden, and under the army's control, until death takes them off their hands, one by one. It's also why people who harbor the dissolved are punished. And it's also the reason for the existence of the cleanup brigades.
But I thought they were just controlling the patients to keep the disease from spreading.
But I thought they were just controlling the patients to keep the disease from spreading.
But that's a lie.
Yo,
A
Mr.
blatant
Dancer.
lie. The spread of the disease is accelerating. The number of cases is multiplying every day. But it's not contagious. We doctors and nurses have been treating the sick for months, in direct contact with them and their remains. And the rate of contagion among us is no higher than out there. The
Your internet
army
has been
is
down.
lying.
But then, how is the disease spread?
We don't know, Michael. No one knows. What we do know is that it's not caused by direct contact with the victims. There's another reason for the Army's secrecy about the dissolved. Fear. It's human nature to fear the unknown. We tend to panic when faced with something we don't understand. And this damn disease is more than any of us can handle.
And what is that makes the dissolve so unpredictable and dangerous? You're hoping it was STD? Oh, that's good news. How long have you been without internet? Because I haven't seen you for quite a while. So it must have been like, what, a week or something? And now you're disappointed. I'm sorry, Braxton.
And what is it that makes the dissolve so unpredictable and dangerous?
They know, Michael. You probably think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, they know. They talk about events no one else knows about. They sense things. They bring back information from the places they go. And they talk to the dead there, Michael. They communicate with the dead. They know, Michael. That's all.
They're just sick people, Uma.
No! They're more than just ordinary sick people. You wouldn't talk like that if you had been living with them, and their messages and their prophecies all these months.
Wait a minute, did you say that the dissolve make prophecies?
Wait a minute. Did you just say the dissolve make prophecies?
Let me tell you a story. When I first came to the center, I became friendly with a patient, a 13-year-old girl. All the time I was taking care of her, she never stopped chatting. She told me all about the underground highways. She said she went there every day.
Underground highways?
She said they all went there when they lost consciousness. Obviously, I felt great pity for the girl, but in time I also came to feel tremendous fear. I was afraid of that poor, hopeless child. Her visions, her dreams, her messages terrified me. And then one night she sat down next to another patient, an older woman who looked surprisingly healthy. According to our calculations, this woman still had a few months to live. The woman had just lost consciousness. "Leave me alone with her," the girl said to me. "It won't be long now." And she took the woman's hand. And just seconds later, the woman started to dissolve, shrieking and writhing in pain, until there was nothing left of her but a puddle of brown, viscous liquid. The girl turned to me and said, "I knew she was leaving us, and I didn't want her to go alone. That would have been very sad, wouldn't it, Uma?" The girl's face was still dripping with the remains of the patient. She
Agreed.
knew what was going to happen, Michael. She saw it. From then on, my fear became uncontrollable. I felt defenseless next to her.
I understand.
Finally, my panic was so great that I refused to go anywhere near her. And I even, God forgive me, I felt secretly relieved when she herself finally dissolved. They know, Michael, and that's why they're so dangerous to the people in power now.
Yeah, it looks like she's sitting on the wrong side of the desk. Like, I would sit on this side. So, the back... I don't know. The cleanup brigade, I've seen how they behave.
The cleanup brigades. I've seen how they behave.
They're savages. I despise them. They're like predatory animals, heartless and unscrupulous. The rest of the staff refuses to share the facilities with them, so their lockers are out in the hallway. That's where they keep everything they need for their hunting expeditions. The GPSs, the disease detection tests, their ID badges. Each unit is made up of 2 soldiers, 1 doctor, and 1 nurse. I mean, doctors and nurses collaborating with those bloodthirsty animals. But then they say, what do you want? It's our job, and somebody's got to do it.
Yes, that phrase sounds familiar. It's bone-chilling. Police and criminals using exactly the same words to justify their actions. You gotta do what you gotta do. That seems to be the slogan of the executioners of this new world.
Talk to my father, Michael. Tell him that I'm all right, that he shouldn't worry, that we'll be seeing each other soon, very soon.
Give me a second. So, can we pick up the morphine now? We can. A dilapidated desk?
A very old piece of furniture, completely worm-eaten. Its decrepitude stands out even in this locker room. Let's see. Inside, I only see dust and old papers, and a tiny key.
A switch on that.
The nurse's silhouette seems to fade in the light of this lamp. I'm afraid that after so many months cooped up in here, Uma is nothing more than a ghost now.
Is there anything else?
Hello, Uma.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about the cleanup brigades?
Those savages, heartless, and the rest of the staff refuses to share the facilities with them, so their lockers are out in the hallway. That's where they keep everything they need for their hunting expeditions. The GPSs, the disease detection tests, their ID badges.
Oh.
Uma, I should be going now.
Talk to my father, Michael. Tell him that I'm all right, that he shouldn't worry, that we'll be seeing each other soon, very soon.
Okay, so we got a key. Does this fit in the middle
Let's see if it's the key to this closet. Bingo.
Disease testing.
I'm not going to take any. A small red LED is blinking on all of them, an unmistakable sign that they've been used.
A wooden crate. Okay.
A rather large plywood crate. It used to hold some of the cleanup brigade's work tools.
And a GPS.
According to one of the cleanup brigade's forums, this is the device they use to navigate during their raids. Sort of like an electronic map. It looks like some satellites are actually still working after the Great Wave. Something I could easily confirm if this contraption had batteries in it. Authorized Vehicle Pass. It's the ID that allows the cleanup brigades to get in and out of the hospital compound in their macabre ambulances. From what I can tell, the Army can pump you full of lead if you try to come through the gate without one of these.
And a report on the cure.
It's an internal Army memo for the hospital's medical staff. The report talks about the failure to develop a cure for the dissolved, and what's even worse, The decision to finally abandon the search for one.
Huh. Anything else in the... No.
There's a bunch of papers stuck to the door of the closet.
Can I use the... thingamabob?
It's an ID, and I believe it would be hard to find any other use for it.
So I guess I need some kind of picture of myself, maybe? Okay. But now we got the morphine, right? So now we can go to her and get a stash of money, which we can give to the thugs to get in to talk to this woman. I can't remember her name. Was it Rose?
This street is even more desolate and silent than it was before. I guess while I was in the subterranean hospital for the dissolved, the soldiers called the curfew.
Reverend Blake's sister.
What are you doing out here, ma'am? What's the matter?
It's my brother. He's disappeared. We don't know where he is.
What do you mean he's disappeared?
Well, we haven't seen him since he spoke to you, since he ran out of the church. We've been searching for him for hours and can't find him anywhere.
And you don't have any idea where he might have gone?
No, he simply ran out of the door, completely out of control. I've never seen him so upset, and we haven't heard anything from him since. I just know that something terrible has happened to him. My brother is very sick and he shouldn't be out there alone and unprotected. I fear the worst.
Calm down. There's no reason to think that anything has happened to him.
I have a feeling that something awful has happened. I'm sure of it. Besides, the soldiers have already called the curfew. If they find him on the street alone and lost, in his condition, my brother is a very beloved and respected person. But those beasts don't care who he is.
I understand.
We have to get off the street. Please, if you see my brother, tell him to come home. Tell him we're waiting for him.
Of course. I'll do that.
Okay. Can I use the acid on the
I
passenger?
don't quite see how I could use this here.
No, of course not. Now the guys are back.
The camp is closed, Rat. Get away from the gate.
But I have to come in. It's urgent. What happened?
There's no understanding you worms. Always wanting to get out of here. Once you're outside, you're dying to get back in. One of our soldiers was killed, and the camp will remain closed until the matter is cleared up. So take a hike.
There was an attack?
Yes. Someone hit one of the sentries in the watchtowers with a rock and made him fall out. He was killed instantly. Luckily, it seems there was a witness who saw the perpetrators launch the projectile, and they have been detained. But we never trust the testimony of a rat, so we're waiting for the criminals to confess, or for the murder weapon to turn up.
I don't think it's going to take very long to get the truth out of these kids. Or to find the weapon they used to commit the crime.
Good God. What have I done? I knew I shouldn't have gotten them mixed up in this. But they're just a couple of scared kids. Don't you see that? What are you planning on doing with them?
Killing an official is punishable by death, and martial law is quite clear in this respect. They acted as adults, and they will pay for their actions as adults. As soon as they confess, or we find the weapon they used to commit the crime, we'll take care of matters. Do you have a problem with the law being enforced?
You're nothing but a gang of warped psychopathic pigs.
One more word and I'll blow your head off right now, bastard. I couldn't care less what privileges that bracelet might give you. Get out of my sight.
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys, and it'll be my fault. I'll be responsible for their deaths. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, and fast. But what?
Let's see. Let's save. Let's give them the murder weapon.
Rifles against slingshots? That... Even if I had a projectile handy, I consider my... Use this here? How? Even if I...
Can I go here and stash the... Toss it in the water, perhaps?
I don't think I'd gain... Even if I had a...
No. Can I use the...
That would be suicide.
Do I need to talk
You have to
him?
let me in.
The camp will open or when those and now.
Those pigs are gonna... I have to... Damn it. For God's sake. I have to think of some way to save them. And I have to do it now. No doubt about it. It would only take the sentries a few seconds to fill me with lead if I tried to touch that barbed wire fence. I'm afraid I can't do that. Shoot over there, even if I had a projectile handy. I consider myself rather clumsy. I just end up getting my fingers caught in the elastic. I'm not going to be able to until
It says dirt road. Can I put it here on the dirt road?
It doesn't look like it's having any effect.
Can I do something with the
I
slingshot?
can't use... No matter... I don't think... No matter... Better not. No matter... Wow. No matter... That wouldn't... No matter... I can't use these... No matter... I don't think... No matter...
Until we find the murder weapon.
I'm not going... Until they...
Can I use the slingshot somewhere?
Even if I... What for? I don't quite...
Can I use
A metal crowbar against bricks and cement? Seems like a lost cause.
I don't think so, but okay.
What for?
Okay, so the solution must be here. Can you get around the corner? I can get over to this tree. That's about it.
Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight.
Oh, that pipe. Oh, in the main street? Let me check. Let me just try
Time's
something.
running out for those, and if I don't stop it, come on, you have to do... Even if I... Use this here? Jesus! It's the corpse of Reverend Blake! His neck is broken. In his delirium, he must not have seen the rope I left tied around the tree. I must have fallen from the top when he was trying to get down here. But what the hell was he looking for here?
I don't know.
Let's see what's in here.
What did we find?
A damp, moldy business card. It's almost illegible, but it looks like it's from a place called Beechwood Oracle. Most of the text is too worn off to read. All you can make out of it is an address. 24
I have an idea.
Mammothswood Street.
Can we use the slingshot on
Good
him?
idea. I could use Reverend Blake as a scapegoat to protect those children. On the other hand, him being one of the most famous and respected men in the city,
No, but it wasn't
I
a
doubt
gun
anyone
that
would
hit
believe
them.
my story
It
if
was
I
a
accused
slingshot.
him of attacking the sentry in the tower. Inert and speechless, I found the perfect scapegoat. It's a shame that Reverend Blake was so well known around here. No one will believe this man was capable of taking the life of that soldier.
So now we can leave this place.
You have to let me in. I need to get into the camp urgently.
The camp will open when those brats confess to their crime, or when we find the murder weapon. Those two brats are going to pay a very high price for their insolence. And now, get lost, rat.
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys. I'll be responsible for their deaths. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, and fast. But what? How long will those animals in uniform wait before shooting those boys? Jesus, Michael!
We just did!
You have to let me in.
The camp will or when with those two and now.
Those pigs are... I'm not going to until they...
Game?
It doesn't seem like... It's the corpse of Reverend... Inert and... It's a shame that Reverend Blake was so well known around here. No one will believe this man was capable of taking the life of that soldier. The entire world has collapsed.
Oh.
This is gonna be hard. Very hard. But those children are innocents in all this. And those ruthless savages are about to kill them in cold blood. I have no other choice.
Acid over his body?
Had the visions again! Not now. I have to do this. I've got to do this.
My head! You've got to stop this, Michael. I can't stand it anymore. This has to end.
I can't help it. It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
Please, Michael. Please. Make it stop.
Yes. That tiny, cowardly demon. I remember. That brutal sensation of acid running through your veins. Corroding, little by little, anything good and decent you might have left inside you. Turning it into pain, rot, and emptiness.
Partially disfigured face of Robert Blake.
I've disfigured his face, but not enough. He's still identifiable. I've disfigured it.
Okay. Do I need to use the...
I remember it. I remember. I can smell it, feel it, touch it.
No, please. Don't do it. No!
That cowardly demon. That dark and intimate specter that only you know. That gains strength in this new world. Digging its claws into your soul like a jagged piece of glass. Whispering in your ear that what you're doing is right. Because nobody has the authority to tell you otherwise. Good God, what have I done? What have I done? Why are you showing me this? Please, answer me. Who was I before the catastrophe? Before the world collapsed? Do I really want to know? God, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of myself.
Totally disfigured face.
There's no time for guilt. To save those children, well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Damn it! I'm starting to sound like the hunter.
Can we now go back and tell them?
I'll get my stuff. You have to let those boys go. They're innocent. You've got the wrong people.
What are you insinuating, rat? You better have a good reason for saying something like that, or we'll splatter your brains all over the wall of shame, and then use the kids for target practice.
I know who the guilty party is. I know who committed the crime, and I know where he is.
Hey, we've got to hear this. Start talking, rat.
Okay, here goes. I hope those pigs take the bait, because if they find out the truth, I'm a dead man. The murderer was a deranged man I met in the city a few hours ago. He told me he was desperate, tired of the humiliation and violence he had to face every day. He was determined to do something crazy. I didn't believe him at the time, but now I see that he wasn't kidding. After the attack, he committed suicide by jumping into the cesspit next to the camp road. You'll find him there. His face is unrecognizable from hitting the rocks and scraping against the rubble, but I'm sure you'll find the murder weapon next to his body.
We'll check out your story and see if it holds up.
We're approaching what looks like a body. It looks like that worm was right. Over.
What a mess. What the hell happened to his face?
Meh, who cares? We found the guilty party with the murder weapon. Let those kids go. And unlock the camp gate. Over.
You can come in now, rat.
That was a sick thing. Okay. But now we got the morphine for her husband.
I brought the morphine for your husband, just as I promised. This woman in this house gave me the chills. Let's get this over with as soon as possible.
So you've come for your money. Is that it, you rat?
You offered it to me. I didn't ask for anything in return.
No, you're right. Yeah, I guess you've earned it. That's what we agreed. I'm an honest woman. I think you have a very wrong impression of me. Take your money, Michael.
All right, thank you and good luck. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around the camp.
Wait! Michael, is it money that you want? I have more money. I still have some savings. Those camp rats didn't manage to take it all. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I don't understand.
My husband is about to die. Without him, we'll be nobodies. Me and the kids. The soldiers don't even show us any respect anymore. A while ago, they broke in here to take them away, with no explanation. And it didn't matter to them in the least whose children they were. But if you stay here, all that could change. I still have some contacts. I could arrange for you to become the new Camp Mole. You're not like the rest of those rats out there, Michael. You're one of us. We'd be important again. We'd keep our privileges. Or do you want to be just another beggar in this sewer? I can't lower myself to that. I'd do anything. Stay here with us, Michael.
No. I don't doubt for a second that this woman would be capable of anything, like a cornered scorpion. I don't think that would be a good idea. It would be better for me to leave. Take good care of those boys. They're good kids.
Yeah, get out of here, you disgusting rat. You're all alike. In this camp, all you rats are alike. I don't need you. I don't need any of you. You're just waiting to see us fall. But I won't give you the satisfaction, you disgusting rats. I'll do what I have to do, but you won't see me crawling around in the trash like you.
A cornered scorpion, surrounded by flames that are closing in. I think it would be best not to speak to this woman ever again. She could be dangerous.
Are the kids outside?
Hello, Michael. Did you see us out there with the soldiers? They were pointing their rifles at us, but we didn't squeal on you. We're two brave, strong men, aren't we? Well, we did cry a little. Shut up.
Of course you are. I'm proud of you. When you're grown up, everyone will know that you two can be trusted.
Grown up? But that's not going to be for a long time. Yeah, besides, our mom says that's not going to happen. There's no future for anyone, not for us either.
Don't pay any attention to what people say. You should only worry about taking care of each other. That's the only thing that matters now, okay? I gotta get going. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye, Michael.
Okay. So now we got the money. Oh, I was wondering, can we go in here?
Better not.
No.
Knowing I have no...
So, let's check our notebook. And the voice that weeping and annoying me. Vision, could that be true? Where can I find someone who would get them for me? Okay. Got a black bag, we got the ID, we got the report on the cure.
So Beechwood Oracle is in fact a location. But what kind? Why was Reverend Blake carrying this card around? And why does that voice inside my head keep telling me to go there at any cost?
Let me save. There we go. Let...
Must be because of the dampness, but these bills give off a very nasty aroma. I suppose the odor of the new world is starting to become familiar to me. Now I fear the day I stop noticing it.
Can I give them the cash?
I brought money. Let me see Rose.
Hey, this is a lot of dough, pal.
So, is it enough?
More than enough. This'll get you into Rose's van for the rest of the night. All you can eat. Have a good time with our Minnie Mouse. But be careful with the merchandise. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
Yeah, I get it.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead. You came back.
Hello, Rose.
Are you here to save me? Have you brought me my baby? They won't let me leave here to look for him. And he's all I have left in the world. I don't have anyone else. Will you help me? That's why you came back, isn't it? Or did you come back for the other thing? Do you want me to take off my clothes and lie down on the mattress?
I'd like to talk to you, Rose. You told me you had a secret to tell me. I need to hear it.
I'd like to talk to you, Rose. You told me you had a secret to tell me. I need to hear it.
Yes, Mr. Sleepyhead. I know a secret about you. It's something very important, but I'm not going to tell you.
Why not?
Because you haven't brought me my baby. I asked you to help me and you haven't done it. I want to hold my baby again and rock him to sleep. Aren't we friends anymore, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, of course we're still friends. But Rose, please. I need to know what it is. What is the secret?
Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's a riddle. I have something of yours from before the Great Wave. It's the key for you to lock and unlock your chest of dreams, you sleepy bear. But I won't give it to you unless I can hold my baby again.
The key to my chest of dreams? I don't know what the devil she's talking about. But if it's something from before the Great Wave, no doubt it could help me recover my past. Rose, I don't have time for games. Give me whatever you have, please.
No. You have to help me first. Please bring me my baby. I want to rock him to sleep again, like in the picture on the wall. Have you seen the picture of my baby and me? It was taken before the Great Wave. I have no one else. I need my baby. Bring him to me. Bring him to me! Bring him to me!
Hey, pal! You can have a good time with our Minnie Mouse, but don't mess up the merchandise! Don't make us come in there. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
All right, Rose, all right. Calm down.
Now, no, I don't want to lay you down. Tell me, Rose, why can't you leave here?
No, I don't want you to lie down. Tell me, Rose, why can't you leave here?
It's because of them. They don't let me go any farther than that empty lot over there. They say I have to be ready in case a client comes. They only let me go see Rod and Colin in their trailer every once in a while.
And why don't you run away?
Those men are too scary, Mr. Sleepyhead. They yell at me and hit me if I don't do what they say. Sometimes they lock me in here in the dark for hours. And I'm afraid the soldiers will come back. They say they'll call them, and if I don't behave, they'll hurt me again. I'm so afraid of the dark. Aren't you? Colin is afraid of the dark too. Before he got sick, he told me, and now they won't let me see him anymore. I like the light better. Do you like the lights in my room, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, they're very pretty, Rose.
It's like it's Christmas every day, isn't it? But the one who scares me most is the hunter. He's always ordering everyone around with a voice like an angry lion. He even gives orders to those men outside. He's like a horrible big dog about to bite you. I get the shivers every time he comes to visit me. But I like your voice very much, Mr. Sleepyhead. You sound like a knight in a fairy tale. And I'm your princess.
You said you don't have anyone. Where's your family?
You said you don't have anyone. Where is your family?
I don't know, Mr. Sleepyhead. The last time I saw them was when that great wave came. They said they were leaving, but that they'd come back to find me, and then they left me alone with my baby. They told me they'd only come back if I took good care of him, if I held him and rocked him to sleep, like in the picture on the wall. Did you see my baby and me in the picture, Mr. Sleepyhead? But someone took him while I was asleep. You see, I had this dream while those soldiers were hurting me. Do you like to dream, Mr. Sleepyhead?
It depends on the dream, Rose.
I dream about my baby a lot, sleeping in his little cradle. And I also dream about my room in the house I used to live in before the Great Wave. The sun came in through the window every morning and lit up everything. Sometimes it looked like the walls were going to catch fire. This room is darker. I don't like the dark. That's when they come and hurt me. And sometimes they lock me here in the dark to punish me if I don't do what they say. Have you brought me my baby, Mr. Sleepyhead?
That poor girl is more disturbed than I thought. It looks like her mind hasn't been able to deal with all the pain of these last few months. Someone needs to get her out of here. No, Rose. I'm sorry. I haven't brought you your baby. Goodbye, Rose. I should be going now.
No, don't go. Please. Will you help me, Mr. Sleepyhead? Will you bring me my baby? And will you bring me a cradle like this one in the picture? Be my knight in shining armor. Bring me what I ask and I'll give you the answer. The key to unlock your chest of dreams.
I'll try, Rose. I promise.
Let's look in the toolbox. A drill. Okay, so that's it. You just took a drill.
I doubt this belongs to Rose. I suppose that after installing the lights on the ceiling, those poker addicts left this old toolbox here.
Is that a litter box?
There's makeup scattered at the foot of this mirror. I suppose those savages out there force Rose to put on makeup to make herself look older than she really is. This is the poor girl's place of business. It was probably dragged here from one of those heaps of trash out there. A string of Christmas lights is the only source of light in this room. The reflections of the colors make this place seem even gloomier and more sordid.
Is it me or is the audio suddenly very low? Can't change it. Okay. Let's look at their dirty, wrinkled page.
It's a page torn out of a very old magazine. In her delirium, poor Rose thinks it's a photograph of her and her baby taken before the Great Wave. It would break Rose's heart to see me stealing her baby's clothes. I'm not going to do that to her. It's the pile of rags Rose is saving for her baby. When winter comes, my baby will get cold. That's what she said.
But I do have a cradle, right?
This wooden crate doesn't need any holes. Since it's made of wood, I can use the nails to attach something to it. But what? Better not. I think it needs a little more work. This doesn't look very much like a real cradle. I'm afraid even Rose would agree with me on that.
So we need to find a doll or something? That is sick. Okay.
Huh? Leaving us so soon?
Hey, you're quick, pal.
So, how'd our little mouse do?
So this business is really just another one of the hunter's rackets?
So this business is really just another one of the hunter's rackets?
Hey, careful what you say.
But I couldn't take
We're
it.
independent businessmen.
The hunter just lets us operate in his territory. He gives us protection and sends us clients. In exchange for a percentage, of course.
Fair's fair.
Yeah, fair's fair.
Of course. No doubt. I just hope that someday those bastards find themselves face to face with some of that fairness they talk about, wherever it might come from.
Rose was talking to me about a baby, her son. Do you know where he is now, or how I can find him? Yeah, I'll go back in and check.
Rose was talking to me about a baby, her son. Do you know where he is, or how I can find him?
That little mouse's mind is gone. I wouldn't pay much attention to what she says.
Hey, as far as I know, her entire family died in the Great Wave. After the explosion, she wandered around in a daze for weeks, until she finally ran into a group of drunken soldiers who wanted to, have some fun with her. When we found her, all she had left was that wrinkled old magazine clipping clutched in her hand. It's her pride and joy. Now she's got it stuck up on the wall of the van.
And as far as the baby's concerned? Probably not alive anymore. If it ever existed. Who knows what goes on in that nutcase's head?
Then she really is all alone. She doesn't have anyone.
Of course she does. She has us now. My partner and I are sort of like, her new family.
We protect her and we feed her. We actually keep her alive. And you can bet your ass we will, as long as our little mouse still has that small fortune between her legs.
You guys are despicable.
You two are despicable. Rose told me about how you abuse and prostitute her.
I think we'll have to teach that naughty little girl how to keep her mouth shut.
Don't jump to conclusions, pal. Let me tell you how we found that chatty little rodent, since you're so interested in her. It was about 4 months ago. She was naked and injured, and she could hardly move. A group of soldiers had gang raped her and left her for dead. They left her body wrapped in barbed wire from the camp fence.
Crows would have picked her clean if we hadn't found her when we did. It's only thanks to us that she's still alive.
Someone like Rose could never survive in the New World alone. You know that as well as we do. We're helping her. We protect her and we feed her. We actually keep her alive. The only thing we ask for in return is that she earn her keep.
Only problem is, sometimes she has a hard time understanding that. And we have to be a little more strict with her, that's all.
And the fact is, the girls, well, not too bright. But for some jobs, that's almost a blessing, don't you think?
What good Samaritans.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but you're catching on.
I don't have anything else to discuss with you two.
Okay, come back anytime you like. You paid for her. The door to the van is open to you all night long.
Jeez, thanks. Can I now pick up the coins?
They're not going to let me take them. Even though it's just small change. These guys are playing poker like those coins were worth millions.
What happens if I take the drill and use it in the water tank?
Hey, just get away from that.
Clear as day. I'm getting...
Let's go back into the van.
It's the pile of rags Rose is saving for her baby. When winter comes, it would break Rose. It would...
I don't see anything.
It would break... It would... It would... It's the pile of rag. When winter... It's the pile... When winter...
Okay, there's nothing. Okay. Oh, wow, he's gone. Okay. Can I now use the bolt cutter on the electric cable?
This cable is too high. Reduce this box.
Okay. Oh, the door is closed. What the hell?
From all the noise coming from the other side of this door, I have no doubt that there are people in the bar, but they don't seem to hear me, or don't want to open up for me.
Can I use the crowbar?
The door is solid and it's locked tight. I won't be able to... Good idea. I could enter the address on this card in the GPS. Oh, shame I don't have any batteries.
Okay. But he left nothing outside, huh? Holy shit, where is everybody?
That's odd. The drum has a huge bullet hole on one side. Everything indicates that it was being used for target practice. With the cover removed,
Rod.
Michael, thank God you've come back. Colin is worse. His trances are getting longer and deeper. My wife and I are afraid the end is near. Please tell me that you've brought the medicine to cure his disease.
This is going to be very hard. But this man deserves to know the truth. I owe him that. I'm sorry, Rod. You have to see this. It's an army report. It says that the cure we were talking about doesn't exist. That it never existed.
No, but there has to be a cure. There has to be hope for us. The vultures are starting to gather around our trailer. waiting for the end so they can take my son's belongings. Colin himself can see them from the window of his room.
Calm down, Rod.
Don't tell me to calm down! You've brought ruin to this house. You've come to sentence Colin to death. But that drug exists. It has to exist!
Listen to me, Rod. I've done everything in my power to find the drug, but there is no such thing. Try to understand. There's no cure for the dissolved.
The dissolved? I warned you, Michael. I warned you not to use that word in this house! Get out of here! Get out of our lives forever!
Wait, Rod. I'm sorry, but you promised to help me. You promised to help me get my identity back.
Help you? You've ruined our lives. You've condemned our little boy to death. Get out of here. Get out of here at once!
Michael? Michael, I have to talk to you. I have a message. I have a message from her.
My God, it's Colin. A message from her?
Michael! Michael, please! She told me to talk to you.
Where do you think you're going? Don't you dare go into that room. You're not welcome in this house anymore.
But the boy, he called out to me by name.
Colin's delirious. He doesn't even know who you are. Get away from my family immediately.
Michael! Michael! I have a message from her. It's very important.
Damn you. Don't go near that door. Get out of this house! Listen, Michael. We have a gun in that room with 2 bullets in it. Don't make me waste one of them on you.
It's all right, Rod. Calm down. I'm leaving.
And as for you, vultures, drawn by the scent of death, I won't let you take anything. You hear me? Not a single thing! When this is over, when he's gone, I'll make sure there's nothing left for you. You won't get anything! You won't get anything.
Bonfire.
Amidst these flames, Colin's belongings are ceasing to exist. His clothes, his books, his toys, they're going up in smoke, just like poor Rod's sanity. It seems that the new world has gotten the better of him. Even if there was something inside there that could interest me, jeez, that bonfire is too hot to touch.
Can I use the black bag on it?
In the flames, all the hopes and dreams of Rod.
No. Can I use the rubber gloves?
They're not fireproof.
Use the crowbar?
It's not long enough. I'd only end up burning in the flame. In the flame. That's odd. The drum has a huge bullet hole on one side. Everything indicates that it was being used for target practice. I don't think I'd gain anything by using this here.
Can I drill a hole in the trailer?
I don't see anything to drill a hole in here. At least nothing that can get me anything more than a sprained wrist. It doesn't seem like a good idea.
How do I turn off the fire? I don't have a container of any sorts, right? I know where there's water.
A crate made of flimsy wood, lightweight and spacious. This plastic bag is designed to hold the remains of the dissolved, so I'm not putting that inside there right now.
Okay. So I need to somehow turn off the fire. I need a container of some sorts. Where do we find a container? Nothing here.
It's too big for carrying them. The fish would just disintegrate and...
Let's go here. Can I use the body bag here?
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Nope. You failed, Hackard. And hey, how you doing? What? Oh. Just wondering, is there anything...
Let's see. Hello, Uma.
Now,
Uma, I should be going now.
let's have an understanding. Now what? Brother, what a way to run a railroad. Now, as I was saying... All right, let's get this picture started.
Thank you.
That we'll be seeing each other soon. Very soon.
So... there's an open locker here?
Unlike his neighbors, this door is hanging open. All I see inside are remnants of stickers and torn photographs. It looks like someone left in a hurry, without even saying goodbye. Unlike his... it looks like...
Okay. But how do we turn on the bonfire? We don't have the key anymore, right? Oh, we got a drill. You like it? Me too. We used to drill
I don't see anything to drill a hole in here. At least nothing that can get me anything more.
So how in the hell do we kill the fire? I guess I have to use something from the water tank, but what? Can I fill this with water?
It doesn't look like it's having any effect.
I don't have a slingshot. He doesn't allow me to use this.
The subway... Why would I doubt it. That would... I could... The subways... I could try to use the nails to join them, but they wouldn't be able to pierce the metal of the subway sign. I don't see any way of combining these two. The subway sign is already broken in two. I don't see any point in breaking it anymore. I can't use it. This wooden crate doesn't need... I don't think better not. The entire world has collapsed. Why would I care in the least about leaving fingerprints here? It seems that these things became... This one's real...
He doesn't want to let me use the...
What exactly? Hey, pal. Touch that generator and you're a dead man. My partner and I don't kid around when...
Extremely. You don't have...
How in the hell do I turn off? Do I kill the fire? I can't pick up his rags here. Can I go in and pick some of her clothes? But he did say she didn't want me to pick them up or pick them up.
It would break Rose's heart to see me.
Wire with burned out lights.
Must be some leftover... Why would I want to do something like that? I don't think it would do any good to connect the wire to this.
Could I use that as on the electric cable up here?
The cable's too high. I I can't reach it from here.
What the fuck do I need out? Burned out.
That wouldn't. I don't think it. I can't use. I don't think. Better not. I don't think. This wouldn't. Why would I?
Why would I need burned out Christmas lights?
I don't quite see how I could use this here. I don't see where I... Okay, so we'll make a hole in one of these drums.
And?
Blah. This must be the poisonous concoction they serve as a beverage in the bar. The drum is already empty enough. I think I can now get rid of this old hand drill. I doubt I'll be using it again. With its contents spilled all over the ground, the punctured drum doesn't seem so heavy anymore. This is the only way I can think of to draw those thugs out of their den.
Okay.
What the hell is going on now?
Ugh, another power failure. Go figure, nothing works in this damn camp.
This damn sewer is gonna be the end of us.
Everything's okay. Calm down and shut your mouth. You, light some candles. Get us some light in here. And you, come with me and take a look.
It would be better if they didn't see me around here.
Hey, look! The main cable is broken. How could that have happened?
I don't know, maybe the wind or a bird.
Bunch of idiots. The cable's cut. This was sabotage.
Yep. And here are the tools he used to do it. Gloves and a pair of bolt cutters.
Damn it. I can kiss that stuff goodbye.
Sabotage? Someone sabotaged us? Who would dare?
I haven't the faintest idea.
What happened, Hank?
Hey, Mike. Nothing in particular. It's nice to see you around here, dude.
How you doing, hacker?
Some
You at
idiotic
work?
camp electrician
Oh,
wanted
you're
to
stuck at
practice
work,
on
sorry.
our place.
I
That's
didn't
all.
see that message.
We'll give him a fitting reward when we find
What do you mean stuck at
you know,
work?
Fair's fair. So tell me, what
Meaning,
brings you to these parts?
You're waiting for your
I wanted
colleagues
talk
to take
business
over
with you.
your shift,
Business?
or
Of course, Mike. You know, in these hard times, we all have to help each other. I'm sure we'll be able to make a deal. Come inside and sit down with me. And you, fix this. All right, dude. You told me you wanted to talk business. So, here we are. Shoot.
the last time I was here, you told me that you could get anything. I need some batteries.
The last time I was here, you told me that you could get anything. I need some batteries.
Of course, Mike. You know that I like you. I know one of our kind when I see one. I want to help you. I really do. But you know, in today's world, everything has a price. Things have gotten very ugly.
How much is it gonna cost me?
Save your cash for those poor devils out there. I can see the future, dude. I can smell it and touch it. And that stupid paper will be worthless in a very, very short time.
So what is it you want in exchange?
The only liquid asset still worth anything in this new world, Mike. Fuel. Bring me gasoline, oil, kerosene. Anything that can make a motor or generator run, dude. These are dark days, and people need light. We want to bring it to them. You bring me the fuel, and the batteries are yours.
It's obvious that I don't have anything like that on me.
Then I'm sorry to have to tell you this, dude. No fuel, no deal. But you're a smart guy. I'm sure you'll figure out some way to make me happy.
I just talked to your men. Those maggots who are prostituting Rose, your business dealing turned my stomach.
I just talked to your men. Those maggots who are prostituting Rose, your business dealings turn my stomach.
Watch your mouth in my house, you damn prig. Because you're insulting me in front of my people. And this is not the first time.
That poor girl is disturbed. She has the mind of a child. What you guys are doing isn't right.
Do you want to talk about justice, dude? About that objective, impartial, blind lady with the scales? It's funny that you're the one bringing up that blindfolded whore. And wasn't it you who paid handsomely for some time alone with that little mouse? So, did you have a good time with her, Mike? And tell me, what are those blood stains on your shirt? I suppose my informants are mistaken, and that blood is unrelated to the disappearance of a certain preacher in this city. Michael, did you treat him justly? Now, who the hell do you think you are, handing out lessons in morality to anyone, dude?
But how do you know? Oh, wait, there's an explanation for all that.
Of course, there's an explanation. And it's very simple. You gotta do what you gotta do. But don't you worry, Mike. I see everything, but your secrets are safe with me. I like you, dude, because deep down, you and I are much more alike than you think. Our true nature is coming out in all its glory in this new world. You just need the courage to act on it.
You're wrong. I'm not like you.
I hope for your sake that you're the one who's wrong, dude. You're a predator. I can tell. Don't make the mistake of turning into a lamb, because you already know how that could turn out. And when it comes to Rose, let me tell you that she has every right in the world to defend herself. That's the magnificence of this new world. It's given us absolute freedom to assume our true roles. Rose, just like the rest of us, has to decide if she's a lion or a lamb. Ain't it grand, dude? It's only now that we're truly free to choose. But don't get me wrong, the right to defend herself is hers, and hers alone. So be careful with the heroic gestures, Mike. You touch a single hair on the head of any of my men to defend that little mouse, and I'll rip your skin off, one strip at a time. They're friends of mine. Got it?
Yes. You've made yourself perfectly clear. You won't have to tell me again.
Opera music is drilling into my eardrums. Why do you always play the same song over and over again?
That horrible music is drilling into my eardrums. Why do you always play the same song over and over again?
You're lucky we're friends, Mike. Otherwise, I would have pounded your nose into your skull. That was my late father's favorite song. He was an apostle of the New World, a visionary.
Apostle of the New World?
That's right, Mike. An evangelist. A prophet. I hated that old bastard for years. As a boy, the beatings he gave me made me tremble at the sound of his voice, of his boots, of his belt. When I was just a kid, he forced us to live in the forest for days on end. Those were his survival classes, he said. I still have scars from those years. We were all delighted when they found the remains of his body burnt to a crisp in a car, clutching his flask of whiskey like a baby's bottle. It's only now I understand.
Understand? What?
What my father was trying to do. His commitment to making us strong. He was a visionary. He knew that hard times were coming. He never stopped repeating that. And he prepared us for them. That hell that buried me alive in the old and decadent world gave me wings in this new world. And let me be reborn, cleansed and purified. I don't care if the Great Wave was the work of God or the devil, Mike. I only know that one of them has been very good to me. My father's prophecy came true. And the new world has put all of us in our rightful place.
Yeah, I haven't the slightest doubt. I should be going now.
Okay, Mike, whatever you say. Remember, get me fuel and you'll have your batteries.
Electric tape?
After using it to splice the electric cable on the front of the building, the Hunter's thugs must have left it here. It's not my old pair of bolt cutters, but it could be useful to me.
Hello again. What can I get for you?
I'm not really interested in buying anything.
What the hell do I need tape for? Okay, so the bonfire is
Even
here.
if there was something inside there that could interest me. Jeez.
Can I do something with the bonfire? Why don't we try everything?
In the flames. I don't think it would do any good to throw the wire in there. Maybe it's not a good idea to stoke this bonfire anymore. In the flames. In the flame.
Don't have the drill anymore. Can I use the tape on the window pane?
Use this here? How? I'm sure.
Can I use the poster on the window?
Hanging up this
The crowbar.
If I hit this window, it's pretty.
Back?
I don't think I'd get.
The stop sign?
I doubt I'd.
Can I use the electrical tape on...
I could use the electrical tape to hold something to this object. But what do I want to add to it? Adding electrical... That wouldn't... Adding I can't use the... Adding I could... I don't think doing... Adding Better not. I don't think... Why would I... I don't think... That wouldn't... I don't think... I can't use... I don't think it would...
Was there anything next to the bonfire that I have missed? No. I guess the only place I can get fuel is from the motorcycle, right?
I have no intention of getting any closer. Those pigs and besides, the key's not in the ignition. I'm afraid I can't. Prolonged contact with these animals would be detrimental to my health. I'm not going to talk to them anymore.
True.
Better not. Besides, better not. I have no... These two kids are about to lose their lives because of me. I think it's about time I left them alone, for their own safety.
Can't go in there. The church is empty, right? Yes. So the only place I can go is here. And here.
With the help of a pair of bolt cutters, all electrified fences cease to seem so menacing. That's a proven fact. This door leads to a dingy back room. I can hear the buzz of electricity coming from inside. I don't think doing this... I don't think... Better not. I don't think... Great. It's a hell of a drop, and the railing wobbles when you touch it. Awesome. Wait a minute though. Isn't the idea... I see a yellow bucket in here with medical waste, with a handful of what seem to be tests for detecting the dissolved. I'm not going to take any. A small red LED is blinking on all of them, an unmistakable sign that they've been used.
Can I use the wire with the burnout lights?
The lights are broken and burnt out. I'm not going to waste time on this. We must be very deep underground. and the blades of this fan are barely turning at half speed. That explains why the air down here is almost unbreathable. Hello, Uma. Uma.
Talk to that will be very...
So she doesn't have anything.
Let's see.
Nothing in her desk. Nothing on the ground. Nothing on the posters. Nothing on the lockers. I have a weird idea, but I'm not sure it's gonna work.
It's too big for carrying them. The fish would just disintegrate and disappear in the folds of the bag.
But I need the black bag for him.
This corpse deserves a decent burial, not to be put in a dirty, used plastic bag.
No. We can't get down there because there's no light.
I'm curious to see how this thing... Where would I... Or who could get me some? Why would I want to... It's an ID. And that wouldn't... It's an ID. I can't use... I came out... It's an ID. I don't think...
What was that room with the electrical buzzing? That was her... That was her office?
I'm afraid that after so many months... No matter how hard I try to plug these in, I'd need a miracle to get these burnout lights to work again. It looks like this...
Oh, but we can't go in there.
This door leads to a dingy back room. What the hell could be in here? I can hear the buzz of electricity coming from inside, but I can't figure out anything more without a little more light.
That's it. We can't get in there.
Reduce this box. I don't see... Let's see.
Oh, now
the
he
bad
wants
news
to
is
do it?
that I just used up all the electrical tape.
So, he made a crate with metal parts.
I've attached what's left of the metal subway sign to the wooden crate I found in the cleanup brigade's closet. And now I have a crate with metal parts. Better not. I don't think... Why would I want to... Since it's wood. I don't think this... That wouldn't... I don't... I can't use...
So now we made a crate. But we still need the... A cradle. It does look like a cradle. The problem is... Where do I find the doll? And I think the doll must be in the bonfire. What happens if I give her the cradle? Or does she want the cradle and the baby? What happens if I just give her the cradle?
You've brought me a cradle for my baby, Mr. Sleepyhead. This is no use. It's not like the one in the picture. It's too low. It doesn't have any legs. Don't you see? I want one as tall as the one in the picture.
Okay, don't worry, Rose. I'll keep looking.
Okay. So I need to find more wood?
Since it's made of wood, this plant... I don't think... I don't... Better not. Since it's... I don't... Why would I... I don't... That would...
Have an idea. don't think it's gonna work. There's two options.
What was formerly the entrance to a subway stop is now a bunker reinforced with bricks and cement. A moldy sign says, Subway serve. I imagine the train tunnel.
Can I use the crowbar on
It
the
doesn't look
stump?
like it's having any effect. I'm afraid this amateur carpentry project can't be used that way. I don't quite see.
Can we use the crowbar
A
on
metal
this?
crowbar seems like a lost.
Can I get the wood from this place? No. Here's water, but I don't have anything.
I'm afraid this amateur carpentry project can't be used that way.
Can I fill the bag with water?
It would be useless to try to fill it with water. The liquid would just leak out through the bag's side zipper. This plant, I can't use this. I don't think this plant. Better not.
There's nothing here, right? There's barbed wire. Would they know something about this business
I'm not going
card?
to give it to anyone. Then I wouldn't have it anymore. This business card is my only clue about that place called Beechwood Oracle, so I've no intent.
You want to use the crowbar on
There's
this?
already too much chaos in here. Use this here? How? I'm afraid this amateur carpentry project can't be used that way. These two kids are about. I think it's a. I'm not gonna decide.
Can I use the crowbar on the door?
There's already too much. I don't think I.
Do you know anything?
I prefer to hold on to. This business card is my only. So I've. This old metal stool serves as a table. The truth is that its unfortunate appearance doesn't exactly invite you to sit on it.
There's plenty of wood right here. It's like...
He made it very clear. After his out. That's odd. The drum, everything indicates that it was being used.
Can I put the bag in the drum?
It doesn't seem like.
Can I put the...
I could, and that would be a shame.
So somehow I have to do something with these guys. He doesn't want to talk with me.
Prolonged contact with these animals. The damp, sticky texture alone sends shivers down my spine. That means it's been used. It's one of those plastic bags used to wrap up the patients in their final hours until they finally dissolve. The damp, sticky texture alone sends shivers down my spine. That means it's been used. These are the remains. Ugh. I refuse to. What a shame. The water in the fountain has dried up, and there's just a rather repulsive mixture of mud and dead fish. What was once an impenetrable wall, there's no.
Can I use this?
Getting into a punching match with this wouldn't help me at all. I'm afraid I can't do that. Doing something like, but above all, absolute. One of the many dark stars in the park. Although from what's left.
I don't know, do I need to ask her about the empty ID?
It doesn't look that safe. My knees are knocking just walking over it. This catwalk just revealed something to me about my former life, that I have a tremendous fear of heights. I can't look directly into them. These lights are so bright that it seems like day in here. It must take an enormous amount of electricity to maintain this building. That explains the number of barrels out there. That's where the fuel is stored, that they need to run all the compound's generators.
Yeah, but I can't get out there. And the only way to get in there is that I have an ID, right?
Better not. I'm going down to the main hall of the hospital.
So what happens? Can I ask her about...
It doesn't seem like a good idea. Hello, Uma. Uma.
Talk to that will be very...
So she doesn't want the ID.
I'm not going to give this up just like that. Even though I already have my own way of getting into the hospital, I think I can get more mileage out of this ID.
Can I use it on the form?
It's an ID, and I believe it would be hard to find any other use for it. It doesn't look like it's having any effect. There's a bunch of papers stuck to the door of the closet. It's an ID, and I believe it... I don't quite... It's an ID. Use this here?
I can?
I'm afraid what's... The truth is, I don't need it. I have my own way of getting inside the hospital for the dissolved without being seen. But I'm sure I'll be able to find some use for this ID.
That's it.
It's an ID. I don't think I'd get... It's an ID. I'm afraid I can't... It's an ID.
I thought maybe I could take one of the pictures. But he doesn't allow
Military
me. He
person. I'm afraid...
Just keep saying the same thing.
Military. I'm afraid... Military. I'm afraid...
Can I use the ID here?
It doesn't look like... It's an ID. I don't...
So it doesn't
Military
allow me
person.
to do anything with the papers.
Best not to waste time trying to nail this here.
So I guess I need some kind of...
Use this here.
Picture of myself.
Hanging up this... I don't think... It's an ID. I'm afraid I can't... The lights are broken and burnt out. I'm not going to waste time on this. It doesn't look like it.
No matter what, I need to... I seem to recall that the ID card has something to do with it using the vehicle's camp. Could that include getting fuel? I can, but I cannot... He doesn't allow me to get into the vehicle camp because I'm not in a vehicle.
The guards were clear. Motor vehicles only. ID or not, I have no intention of exposing myself to their bullets unless I'm on 2 or 4 wheels.
Unless... Do I need to show the guards my ID? But the ID card is empty.
I'm not going to give it to them. If they ask me where I got it, I could run into problems. Lots of problems. It's an ID. I don't quite see how I could use this here. The guards were clear. ID or not.
This entrance is reserved for authorized motor vehicles only. Get away from it. Move on.
What the hell?
But he did say he wanted fuel.
Those savages, at least.
He said he wanted fuel for the batteries, or oil, or something.
It looks like this heating technology is not limited to the refugee camp, and their emissions are just as toxic here as they are there. What the hell could they be burning in them?
Dude, I don't know.
What for? What for? I don't think it would do any good to throw the...
I don't know what to use the wire for either. I can go back to the hunter.
I have no intention of climbing back up there. These drums served as a ladder for me to play electrician. Ugh. The smell of this cheap liquor mixed with the smell of industrial oil. It's turning my stomach. I'm not going to give it to... Hey, Hank. What if I told you I know where you can get more fuel than you've ever dreamed of?
Don't call me that again, dude. Like I told you, that man died in the Great Wave. But you have aroused my curiosity. So, where is this place? Information like that is well worth the batteries you need.
A few hours ago, I found a way to get into the medical center you told me about in the outskirts of the city. It's much bigger than it looks like from the outside, and it uses enormous generators to power its electrical system. They're storing hundreds of barrels of fuel in a huge depot, which is hidden behind a fence that goes all the way around the compound. It's invisible from the outside.
Yeah, and I suppose you brought those hundreds of barrels to the camp to bargain with me.
No, but I do have the key that will let you and your men get them out of there without raising suspicion. It's a vehicle pass for entering the compound, stamped by the Army.
That's a very interesting story, dude. I'll have to do some checking, but it sounds promising. Now, if what you're saying is true, you're going to make one weary old bear very happy. But if you're lying, I'll find you wherever you try to hide, and I'll maul you with my paws right on the spot.
So you'll give me the batteries in exchange for the ID?
Deal. The ID is now mine. Here are the batteries you asked for.
True. Okay.
Okay, let's see if this device still works. Huh, it works, but what do we have here? It's a list with hundreds of names, places, and addresses, and a map of the city. It seems like a good idea, but the GPS signal is very weak in here. I think it would be better to use it in an open area rather than indoors.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, wait. Before you go. I've been thinking about it, and now it's my turn to propose a deal to you.
A deal?
Yeah, listen. Me and my boys don't like leaving the camp any more than we have to. We're a bit too well known and sought after by the pigs out there, if you get my drift.
I see.
All that talk about the medical center, the fuel, and the ID got me curious. I need to get the lay of the land to check out some things and work out a plan. But I can't expose myself. It would look very suspicious if I were to be seen poking around out there.
Of course. And what do you need from me?
Bring us enough information about that depot for us to make a plan. I'm talking diagrams, coordinates, maps, or better yet, a photo. Bring back what I'm asking for, and I'll give you whatever you want in return. What is it you need, dude?
Do you know the trailer where Rod Atkinson and his wife live?
Do you know the trailer where Rod Atkinson and his wife live?
Yes, of course. I know Rod, that hypocritical busybody. He still thinks that with his old world morality, he can save everyone in the camp. He's a real pain in the ass, dude.
They have a young son, Colin. I can't tell you why, but I need to be alone with the kid, just for a few minutes. You have to make a commotion outside to keep Rod and his wife distracted long enough. Keep them busy for a few minutes. Find any excuse, but I need time alone with that boy.
You never cease to amaze me, Mike. I don't know what you've got in mind, but it's none of my business. Bring me the information I asked you for. Bring me that photo of the fuel depot of the hospital, and I promise you'll have all the time you need to do whatever it is you want to do with that boy. At my complete discretion, of course.
I don't know what idea is percolating in the hunter's sick mind right now, but I have to play along to avoid having to explain anything. I gotta make sure he doesn't find out about the boy's illness. Deal. But nobody gets hurt, okay?
Bring me that photograph of the fuel depot at the hospital, and we'll do whatever's strictly necessary.
Okay. Now I need to get some more coffee and a pee break, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. So, need to take a picture, but does this...
It's the device the cleanup brigades use to navigate during their raids. Sort of an electronic map. It looks like some satellites are actually still working after the Great Wave. I just have to enter an address, and this screen will show me where it is.
So what happens if I do
Okay,
it?
let's enter the address shown on the card from Beechwood Oracle, 24 Mametz Wood Street. The map shows me a place near downtown. Let's go have a look.
Act 3. Oracles and Ashes. It is very bleak. It's very dark. It's everything. Broken store window.
More of the shattered glass that constitutes the window dressing of most of the city's stores. Despite the thickness of the glass, the Great Wave must have crushed it like paper.
Can we go in here? We can. What do we have?
In better times, they must have been overflowing with literature. Now they look like the aftermath of one of those book burnings in the old days that maybe aren't as distant as they seem.
Can we use the crowbar on the bookshelves?
Getting into a punching match with this wouldn't help me at all.
No. A blocked door. Thank you, Dancer. And have a great evening and a great stream. By the way, what are you planning to stream?
Burnt paper. The whole place is full of it. Hey, wait! One of these posters has a photograph of Reverend Blake on it. The Beechwood Oracle Bookstore invites you to a reading of The Annihilation of Time, where you can meet the book's author, Edward Blake. That explains why that deranged preacher had the card from this place in his pocket. On the other hand, I no longer have the slightest doubt as to the name of this establishment.
Okay.
I don't have a good feeling about the deep red of the cover. I'm not going to take one. They're what's left of the cinema section. Only a couple of biographies survived the fire. Let's see, Dario Argento and John Carpenter. They're what's left, Dario... A copy of Heart of Darkness, with practically nothing left but the cover. I don't need to look through these pages. Ray Bradbury, H.G. Wells, George Orwell, Philip K. Dick. This shelf must have been part of the science fiction section, although I suppose that after the Great Wave, it would be more fitting to move them to the current events section.
True.
In better times, now they look like the aftermath that maybe aren't...
Wooden boards. Oh.
Since it's made of wood, I can use the nails to attach... Let's see. I'll use the rusty nails to attach these two objects together.
So now we got a cradle. Awesome.
No. Computers are a deplorable waste of time when the hardware you're trying to use got wrecked in the Great Wave. I don't think I'm going to be able to open it that way.
The crowbar?
The sign says, Emergency Exit, Beechwood Oracle Bookstore. Do not block. Well, it seems that in spite of the warning, this door is indeed blocked. Doesn't look like it's going to be complicated to open this door with the crowbar. Done.
Okay, so I'm up here now.
They crisscross the building facade from top to bottom. And from what I've seen, this system of staircases is used only on the oldest buildings in the city.
Why am I up here?
3 huge lights struggle to illuminate everything they can with their precarious electrical system. They actually seem to create more shadows than light. The streetlights are too far away. Impossible to reach them from here.
Hey, wait a minute! Who the hell's over there?
I don't see anything.
Look at that building! I saw something moving in that shadow on that wall!
I think you're a little paranoid tonight. I told you to relax. Come on, take a deep breath.
Shut up! I bet it was one of those cats! All this is because of those pestilent beasts that have been bothering us since we got here. I couldn't stand them!
I better not let those 2 psychopaths down there see me. I should be very careful.
Can we toss the crowbar?
No matter how hard I try.
No. Okay, so we can't go upstairs yet. Okay, let's get... There's nothing else, right? No. Hold on. Oh, this is the... Okay, fair enough. So we're out here. Here's an empty tin can.
Someone put this empty tin can on top of one of the trash cans. Up close, it looks like there are crumbs of dried food stuck to the bottom.
Can I pick it up?
Judging from the traces of food, I'd say that this can was being used as a bowl to feed stray cats. In a city of ruins, only someone acquainted with one of these animal lovers knows that they're capable of things like this, and much more.
I think I have an idea. Can we talk to these guys? Skinny soldier, a beast soldier. Apartment building.
In the old world, this building would have already been condemned and demolished as a ruin. But in the new world, it's got to be one of the best preserved I've seen in the city. Those two pigs seem to be watching that entrance very intently. They probably pumped me full of lead before I got a chance to turn the doorknob.
Let's talk to them.
Hey you! What are you doing here? Didn't you hear the curfew warning?
Relax. Look at his wrist.
Look at his
He's got a
wrist,
mole
man.
bracelet.
So you're one of those domesticated rats? You people disgust me. At least the rest of the worms at the camp have some dignity. But you guys, the moles, you're nothing more than a pack of treacherous stool pigeons.
No doubt, I have a great paragon of dignity before me. My hatred for these pigs has only grown. And more so since the incident at the camp entrance with the mole's children. Ruthless bastards. I just want to ask you guys a few questions.
Do you know what establishment was before the Great Wave?
Do you know what the establishment was before the Great Wave?
I can't say I do. I lived on the other side of town. But judging from what's left, I'd say it looks like it was a bookstore. Looks like it burned down to the ground after the Great Wave.
Well, I for one am glad that nest of bookworms was destroyed. I never liked books. They always were a total waste of time.
Is that right? At first glance, I would have taken you for someone with refined literary tastes.
I think that description fits you to a T.
Watch your mouth, you dirty rat! And don't think that bracelet would protect you. I could blow your head off without batting an eyelid. Don't forget who's in charge here.
Why are you posted here?
Why are you posted here?
Just following orders. Rat, we're here to protect and serve the inhabitants of this city. That's our mission.
Yes, I can see how the people feel much safer with you around.
We're doing our nightly rounds, and we have orders to keep a particular eye on this neighborhood.
And why this neighborhood in particular?
Well, as you can see, this area of the city was left almost intact after the Great Wave. It was kind of a miracle. Most of the homes and businesses are still standing, so burglary attempts are pretty popular. If there's anything left in the city worth guarding, it's here.
You ask a lot of questions. Have you come to steal something, rat?
No, of course not. With officers of the law like you, I'd never dare do anything like that.
I wouldn't provoke my partner too much if I were you. He's plenty jumpy today, and he's sometimes rather unpredictable.
And as for you, blabbermouth, I'd watch my tongue if I were you. How I am is nobody's business. And you, get back to your nest, rat!
So how's the night going?
Very quiet, except for a shooting at the entrance to the city a few hours ago. I think someone tried to steal some food. And when that happens, you have to act decisively. That's our duty.
It would be a fantastic night if it wasn't for those revolting cats. This damn neighborhood is infested with them.
Cats?
My partner doesn't like cats. And tonight they've been howling non-stop since we started our rounds.
Filthy creatures, dirty and pestilent. They are to blame for everything.
I won't bother you anymore. Keep up the good work.
So I guess... Oh, electrical panel.
Following its trail, I see that's where the cable that crosses the street ends. The one with the 3 streetlights hanging from it. One of the guards is resting his foot on it. Great idea. Should I just ask the animals in uniform to please get away from the panel so I could poke around in there?
You should. Oh, so there's a shortcut here. Okay. I'll bet we have to get the dead fish from the fountain to put in the can.
Okay. I'll use the can to avoid touching those disgusting fish with my hands.
And before doing so, I want to go... No. Not in the manhole.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna... And it would...
I want to go to her place and ask her if she has a map or something that can help Hunter, right? Because he just says it's just a GPS, right? He doesn't say it's a camera.
Is this here? How?
No. Not into the manhole. Let's ask her if she has any maps of the place.
Hello, Uma.
No.
Uma. Talk to me. That will be very...
She doesn't have anything, which I expected. So, that part is done. Let's go back to the guys. And can we put the fish here at the trash can to lure the cats, and then he will shoot out the lights?
There you are, you mangy beasts! So you dared to come out, did you? Now I've got you! Ow! Goddamn revolting cats! Sooner or later I'll get each and every last one of you! I promise you!
Don't get mad. Your technique's improving. You almost got one this time.
Shut up!
So now they're here. What happens if I go to the electrical panel?
Now I get it. This is the system that controls the amount of current that reaches each of the streetlights.
I need to blow them out?
What the shit? Why does nothing work right in this filthy city?
Looks like a voltage surge. Suppose you think the cats are to blame.
Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you! I'm not letting those flea-bitten beasts out of my sight! No chance, mate!
Canvas torn.
The cats have already done their business back there. I'm not gonna bother them.
So now I can go up here. Go up here. But why would I?
Now I know why they stopped. Not only do they also let...
How? Ah, that's stupid. I can't click on the stairs. I have to go all the way up.
Wait a minute. I've seen this place before. I've been here. I recognize this rooftop. Those trees. The park. The statue. Tomorrow comes today. Of course. The photo from the poster. It was shot from someplace in this very building. But what's the meaning of all this? And could it be that the voice wasn't actually trying to lead me to that burned out bookstore down there, but rather to this building To this place?
And I don't know why the cutscenes, like this one, the audio is lower than normal.
Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. Everything. Everything is mutating, and I haven't even moved. I don't understand. I don't understand anything.
Me neither.
These benches, fountains, and statues are in a ramshackle condition, whereas the vegetation in this park has almost completely recovered since the catastrophe. Well, if that proves our failure as a species.
There's a bucket here. Oh. Now we got a bucket.
A ton of useless objects are piling up in this corner. Nothing interesting. I guess that's the reason the neighbors left them here.
An air conditioner?
It's a sculpture from my poster. Maybe it was an allegory of happy fatherhood, until the Great Wave turned it into a depiction of Saturn devouring his children. The blades of this contraption must have stopped turning months ago, and I don't think doing without it is the owner's biggest problem right now.
You go downstairs. Does that lead me back to the bookstore? No, it doesn't.
The front door of this apartment has been reinforced with various locks and bolts. Despite the surveillance by the soldiers, the people who live in this building must be terrified of burglary and looting.
Handwritten note.
There's a piece of paper stuck to the door, and it looks like it has a handwritten message on it. Let's see what it says here.
Hey, Michael. We've been trying to get in touch with you for quite some time. Where are you? We're starting to get worried. Very worried. Chris needs to see you urgently. Come see us at the newspaper office. We're living there now. Sarah.
Who could Sarah be? And this Chris, could he have something to do with the person I saw in my vision? Of course. It's locked, and I think it's better if I don't try to pick the lock. I could be mistaken for a burglar, and the last thing I need right now is for someone to call the guards patrolling this area.
Can I use the crowbar?
I have the creepy sensation that someone's spying on me from the apartment next door. It might be nothing more than paranoia, but just in case, I'm not going to force this door open.
Can I use the body bag?
I don't see where I could put this enormous plastic bag.
Yo, Freshwater. Dab, Dweller. Hey, guys. How you doing? And Pixel Hound. How you doing? How did your hitman go?
We would be honored if you would join
thank
us.
you. How you guys doing?
We would be honored if you would
It's
join
going crazy
us.
in Hitman. How crazy? The story or the killing? Well, the killing I know. With a twist? Okay, I guess I have to see the VOD then. Because I'm curious to see the twist. Closer to the end than the campaign now? Oh. Thanks. I'll watch the VOD. Maybe if there's nothing to do at work tomorrow, I can peek a bit. But thank you for the follows. But yeah, we're playing I'll keep you keep shut. It's very dark and bleak. Like it's apparently something called the Great Wave. I presume a bomb or something, and we're like in a deserted New York City dystopia. And I suddenly woke up in a guy's trailer without knowing just my name, and we're trying to figure out who I am. And apparently I'm part of some bigger thing that I don't know. And a lot of people have gotten a weird disease called dissolved, and they can see visions and everything. It's really weird. It has a weird story, but amazing. And the graphic is, as you can see, other than normal, but it's kind of cool. Hand-drawn. So, but it's very dark and bleak. Like, very dark and bleak. But it has a cool story. I'm not gonna say much else, but yeah. If you have plans of playing it on GOG one day or something. But it's actually cool. It's very dark, and our character has done some devious things that I wouldn't expect that he did, but he did. But yeah, I'm just playing a lot of puzzle games, whatever, point and clicks, primarily point and clicks and puzzle games. That's what I do. But if you're into point and clicks and bleak stories and weird stories, this is the game for you. It has no humor. Like, it's very dark.
Wait a minute. There's a metal plaque on the wall next to the door. Michael Argent, photographer. I can't believe it. This is the apartment of a man named Michael, an apartment located above the Beechwood Oracle bookstore, and in the building where the photograph on the poster was taken. Can all this really be a coincidence? I can hardly believe it. But is it possible that the voice in my head has been guiding me to my own front door?
Oh, so this is my own...
It's in the building that voice drew me to, and from which the photograph was taken, of that park that I find so familiar. Damn it. I need to get inside this apartment to figure things out, but I'm almost positive that I'm at my own front door. Of course, it's locked, and I think it's better if I don't try to pick the lock. I could be mistaken for a burglar, and the last thing I need right now is for someone to call the guards patrolling this area.
But thank you so much for the raid. And I guess you're gonna have to do your post-stream and off to bed. So what did we get? We got this note from her. We got the bucket, so maybe now we can turn off the fire?
Isn't it time for you to go back to your nest, rat?
That ignorant bastard is starting to get on my nerves. Yes, I do have to be going. By the way, how did the chase go? Were those cats too quick for you?
You'd better go. It's not in your best interest to get my partner any more agitated. Not tonight.
You shut your mouth, you rat, or I'll shut it for you! I won't warn you again! Those beasts are possessed, and I'm going to exterminate them, one by one, with my bare hands if I have to!
I'm sure that would make you the pride of the Force. Just one more thing. Try to stay away from the trash cans next time.
Oh, wow.
I've warned you, you filthy rat! You've worn out my patience! Ow! This'll teach you to treat me with a little more respect! I'm going to wipe that stupid grin off your face! Ouch! This is the only language you shitheads from the refugee camp understand! So, you're going to treat me with respect now, aren't you?
Okay.
Come on, leave him alone. You'll kill him. He is a mole after all, and it's in our interest to keep him alive.
Now I got a flashlight.
Let's get out of here.
Well, you're safe for now, but I have a very good memory for faces. Yeah. Another day, I'll finish what we started, rat. I swear it.
I can imagine that the garage is pretty cold. Okay, that's a lot of blood for just getting beat up, but okay.
These stains mark the spot where that bloated psychopath knocked me down with his flashlight. Now I can say I've made my mark in this new world. Wait a minute. In all that blood, there's something white. It's a fragment of one of my teeth.
Okay, so you picked
a reminder of my clash with the soldiers, in case my memory fails me again.
Okay. Fair enough. But now we got a flashlight. So now we can go down in the manhole. Yeah, fun. My own teeth. Or my own tooth. But yeah. So, we got the bucket. Does that mean we can go to the... I presume we can go to the well over here and get some water?
Okay. I'll use the bucket for what it was designed for. To be filled with water. Before I go down, I'll add the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight.
What do you have left? You still have the escalations, right? And the sniper challenges, right? So now we got a bucket of water. So now, I guess we go back to the trailer park. This is the trailer park where I woke up and had amnesia, not knowing who I was.
Here goes. Maybe we can still salvage something from the fire.
And the guy's
Now
kid...
that the fire is out, I don't intend to carry this rusty bucket around anymore. I'll get rid of it.
Sniper's done. I thought there were sniper challenges in the Hitman 3 as well. Oh, I was wrong then. A burnt doll.
Burned remains of clothes, books, and toys. That's all that's left now of the bonfire outlit.
So now I can put the doll
The great wave may be making me lose my mind, but I'm still not crazy enough to want to put a piece of burnt plastic in a crib. I'm afraid that using this piece of burnt plastic with that won't do anything. Why would I want to do something like that? It sends shivers down my spine to think that this hunk of plastic belonged to little Colin. It's a sinister image, considering the boy's fate. This plastic bag is... That would... Ugh. This doll is already too macabre to do something like that. Well, the baby would have my smile. I don't think it would... I can't use these...
Okay. Would the cradle be enough for her? Or do I need the...
Thank you, Mr. Sleepyhead. This cradle is just like the one in the picture. Now I can rock my baby to sleep and sing to him. But now I need you to find the baby. I won't tell you your secret if you don't bring me my baby. Bring me my baby boy, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Okay, don't worry, Rose. I'll do it.
And by the way, this girl is sick. And she has some kind of weird trauma. And she thinks she is the girl on the picture with her baby. And she's asking her to bring back her baby. That's why we made the cradle, so now we have to find the baby as well. Bring her back her son. Okay, I thought, okay. I just had the impression that there were sniper assassins in it as well. But fair enough. Okay. What happens if I just give her the baby?
I'm not proud of what I'm about to do, but I need to find out that secret Rose is keeping from me. And if she wants her baby, I'll give her back her baby. I brought you your baby, Rose.
Did you bring me my baby? Did you bring him? Thank you so much, Mr. Sleepyhead. You kept your word. You brought me my baby.
Now I need you to tell me that secret you promised to reveal if I brought what you asked.
Yes, our secret. I have something that belongs to you, Mr. Sleepyhead. It's the key that opens your chest of dreams. And now, it's yours again.
But it's a real key.
The key to my
apartment.
apartment.
Where did you get it?
I found it in your jacket after Rod and his wife gave me your clothes. When I got to my room, the key fell on the floor and made a clinking sound. I had just seen you sleeping in their trailer, like a big bear. And then I figured it out. It was the key to the chest where you were keeping your dreams. Because you like to dream, don't you? Of course you do. That's why your name is Mr. Sleepyhead.
The key that opens my chest of dreams. Thank you very much for your help, Rose. Take good care of your son. I should be going now.
No, please. Don't go. Don't leave me here.
Thank you, Fraz.
Now that I found my baby, I have to get away from here.
Enjoy your
Far
din-din.
away. I have to get away from the haunted castle.
Have a great evening.
If
What's
you
left
leave,
of it.
more men will come and hurt me, and they'll lock me up in the dark
Speaking
again.
of which,
And
Did
I
Mom
can't
make
stand
your
the dark.
din-din, or do I have
That's
to make
when
it
those
yourself?
soldiers come back and take me with them. And now they'll want to hurt my baby too.
The hunter was clear. I mustn't get mixed up in his affairs, or there'll be hell to pay. I'm sorry, Rose. I can't do anything.
Mr. Sleepyhead, I can't stand it anymore. Don't let them touch me again. Please help me. You have to get me out of here. Like the knight in the stories. You're my knight, and I'm your princess.
Good God. This is unbearable. Victims and executioners. It sums things up. And what was I?
Enjoy your
What was
din-din.
my role before the Great Wave? Damn it. I can't just leave that poor girl to her fate. I have to do something to save her, even if I don't know what that is yet. I'll help you, Rose. I'll help you get out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Sleepyhead. Do you promise? Will you be my knight in shining armor?
Yes.
And if people haven't realized, the guys out here, they're abusing her. So actually these guys out here are selling her to whoever wants to have some alone time with her. So they're abusing her. Justifying it with keeping her safe and feeding her. So it's a very bleak game. So question is, do we go to the let's go to the manhole. Now I got a flashlight. That is not the way to the manhole. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is.
Okay, here goes. I'll turn on the flashlight before going down any further. Great. These tunnels are a real labyrinth, and I'm afraid that the map on the cleanup brigade's GPS only shows the city at street level. There's no reference to the sewers in the GPS. I'd better turn back before I get lost. This could be very dangerous.
Okay. So that didn't work. Do I need to go to my apartment then? It's a very long way to get to my apartment.
Let's see if my intuition is correct. Yes, the key that opens my chest of dreams is a key that in fact belongs to Michael Argent, photographer. The key to my own apartment.
Wow. So now we know our last name. A music box.
The corner of a photograph peeking out of this old music box. It can't be. It's me. This photo. I remember it. I remember this photograph.
Please, Michael, help us. Only you can do it.
And this woman she's Emily. She's my wife. Now I remember her. The person who's been communicating with me all this time. Emily.
I love you, Michael.
And I now pronounce you...
Don't ever leave me.
I won't.
I have something to tell you, Michael.
Are you really? Oh, yes!
Things are not going well between us, Michael. You know that.
It's only a rough patch. You'll see. It's all your fault!
You have to get on top of this, Michael. It's destroying both of us. I'm afraid of you.
Shut up! Shut up! Everything will be different. Remember that vacation we took to the beach? And we were getting to know each other? Everything will go back to the way it was.
Promise me.
I promise. Oh, Emily, what does all this mean? Where are you? How can I find you? What are these messages you keep repeating in my head? I've lost my mind. I've lost my mind. That's the only logical explanation for this. Oh, Emily. My poor Emily. Where are you? How can I find you?
Okay.
As dry and as empty as the contents of my memory, I see various liquor bottles scattered around the room. That explains the odor I find so unbearable.
Okay. A window facing the
It's
park.
exactly the same view of the park and the statue that appears in the photo on the poster. No doubt this must have been one of my simplest and most lucrative jobs. I completed it without even leaving the house.
A file cabinet.
Alexander Tribune. That's the name of this newspaper. Now I understand. This file cabinet holds copies of newspapers and magazines my photos appeared in. It seems like as a photographer, I was very fond of my own work. Central Outrider. The title of this publication appears on the front page. First, I'll put the newspaper I took back in its place. As much as I might like my old photos, I have no intention of carrying around any more paper than necessary.
Okay.
Central Outrider. It's one of the many publications I was saving inside the file cabinet at home. It's the note I found on the door to the apartment. Who could Sarah be? And this Chris, could he have something to...
TNT.
Sandy Ridge Sentinel.
No.
The New Truth. That's the name of this newspaper. First, I'll put the newspaper I took back in its place. As much as I might like my old photos, I have no intention of carrying around any more paper than necessary. The New Truth. The newspaper for those who have woken up. It looks like a decent publication, even though it was produced on a shoestring budget. The address of the office is at the bottom of the first page, and the article on the front page is under the byline of one Chris Blunstone. The address and the...
Wasn't that the guy?
It's the note I found on the door to the apartment.
Chris needs to see this very urgently. Come see us at the... But it had
The
an
New
address.
Truth. It looks like a decent publication, even though it was produced on a shoestring budget. The address of the office is at the bottom of the first page, and the article...
Okay. Can I take the newspaper and put in the GPS?
It seems like a good idea, but...
Okay. Of course. Okay, so got the address for the newspaper.
A shelf with photos, discs, and dozens of books in every imaginable size and color. This must be the repository for a big chunk of Michael Argent's personality and tastes. What for? None of these titles means anything at all to me. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing a reflection you no longer recognize staring back at you.
Okay. The stool.
It's just a white backdrop, and these two shattered lamps to light the scene.
A photograph back.
It's the backdrop I used for the photography I did at home. It's hanging down from that wooden beam, held in place with screws. No, I'd only rip it if I tried to pull it down without first taking out the screws.
Can I use my tooth as a screwdriver?
I don't think I'd gain anything by using this here. I don't see how I can use the tooth fragment with this.
The crowbar?
I wouldn't waste too much time on this. I wouldn't waste too much...
No. Work closet. Instant camera.
A somewhat antiquated model of an instant camera. Despite its appearance, it seems to be in perfect working order. I only see one problem. It has no film in it.
Of course it doesn't have any film in it. And there's nothing else on the... There's nothing
Inside, there are dozens of compartments for cameras, lenses. It's strange. There's not a trace of photographic material in this closet.
Bummer. Anything else in the music box that I need?
This melancholy music makes my hair stand on end. I seem to be hearing the sad voice of Emily in every note. Where are you? How can I find you?
I think we're done here. Oh. Okay. What happens if I do this now?
Of course. The letters TNT on the letterhead of Sarah and Chris's note stand for the newspaper, The New Truth. I'll enter the address of the newspaper office shown on the front page. The map indicates a place near the main avenue of the city. Will it still be standing? Let's go find out.
Act 4, Old and New Truths.
Good God, Michael, is that you?
There's no question about it. That's the person I saw in my vision. The person mentioned in the note I found in my house. What was his name?
Chris?
Hello, Chris.
Come in, quickly. It's dangerous to be out on the streets at this hour. Michael, I'm so glad to see you again. After all that time without hearing from you, Sarah and I feared the worst. But tell me, why didn't you come sooner? Where have you been all this time?
From his enthusiastic welcome, it looks like this man and I were good friends in the past, before the entire world collapsed. But can I trust him? I don't know. Do I have any other choice? It's a long story, Chris. Very long.
I'm all ears, old friend.
And while I tell him everything I can remember, the few things in my memory since waking up in Rod's trailer, I see a mixture of tenderness and compassion on his face. Something I haven't seen in anyone else since waking up in this hellhole. I haven't the slightest doubt. I can trust this man.
I'm sorry for everything that happened, Michael. Sarah and I had been trying to get in touch with you for a long time, but the Great Wave made it impossible to find you. Now I know why. As a matter of fact, she went out to take that note to your house. I haven't seen her since. Tell me, did you find Sarah? Did she tell you she was coming here?
Sarah? I'm sorry, but I just found this handwritten note on the door. That's all.
Of course, forgive me. You already told me that you were blanked. You don't remember her. Sarah is my wife. Emily and she were close friends. In fact, they ran the Beechwood Oracle bookstore together, right below your apartment. That's how you started working with us at The New Truth. And the two of you, Emily and you, became like family to us. I want you to know that what happened to Emily affected us deeply, Michael. Sarah was devastated. We could hardly bring ourselves to speak to you at the time. I'm so sorry for what happened to her.
What the hell are you talking about?
Good God. Don't tell me you don't remember that either. Emily died, Michael.
But that's impossible.
I'm sorry to be the one to make you relive that hell. You yourself told Sarah and me on the phone, a little while before you returned home. It happened while the two of you were in Japan, scarcely a few days before the Great Wave hit. At the paper, we sent you on an assignment to do a photo essay on those strange lights that had been sighted in the sky over Tokyo. So you got all your photography equipment together and set off right away. Emily went with you. You two decided to use the trip as a chance to work on your marriage, which had been in trouble for a long time. You were in bad shape, Michael. Your financial problems, her miscarriages, your violent, self-destructive nature. Emily couldn't take it anymore. You were putting her through too much back then.
Things are not going well between us, Michael. You know that.
It's only a rough patch. You'll see. It's all your fault.
You have to get on top of this, Michael. It's destroying both of us. I'm afraid of you.
I can't help it. It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
From what you told us, things were getting better. After so many years, both of you were starting to rediscover each other.
Everything will be different. Remember that vacation we took to the beach when we were getting to know each other? Everything will go back to the way it was.
Promise me.
I promise.
Until one night in your hotel, Emily started to feel sick. It all happened very fast. She was having fainting spells, vomiting, running a fever. You took her to the nearest hospital where she was admitted immediately.
Emily, what's happening? Emily! Emily!
And a few hours later, they told you she was dead. They wouldn't even let you see her body. They wouldn't let you see her. The Japanese authorities hustled you off on the next plane out. It was all very strange and disconcerting. And the very night you arrived, the Great Wave hit.
Oh, Emily. Now I remember it. I remember everything. I remember her pale, haggard face when she took my hand. Don't worry. It's nothing. Everything will be all right, she was saying, while they were wheeling her deep into the hospital. And she waved goodbye to me, forcing a smile to cover her fear. And then I saw it. I swear I could see how time was stopping. Little by little, in her eyes.
Emily can't be dead. She talks to me. I've been hearing her voice for some time now. You must think I've lost my mind.
From the little we were able to talk to you before you got back, we could see that her death hit you terribly hard, Michael. You felt extremely guilty for the way you treated her those last few years. You said you would never be able to forgive yourself. It's possible that the pain warped your mind, but it's also possible that what is happening to you is real.
If Emily died before the Great Wave, how can what's happening to me be real?
Let me tell you something. In spite of the catastrophe, at The New Truth, we've never stopped working. For Sarah and for me, this newspaper is our life. And since the Great Wave, our contacts and confidential sources haven't stopped bringing us the most incredible and chilling information you could imagine. Thousands, no, millions of unexplained phenomena are taking place simultaneously all over the world,
He's
Michael.
getting a lot of
We're
visions,
living
right?
through
It
the
could be
strangest
because
and
of his
most
amnesia.
confusing times in our history. And any hypothesis, no matter how crazy, must be taken into consideration, even what you just told me. There's no question that something extraordinary is happening all over the world because of the Great Wave, the emergence of the dissolved, and our gradual approach to the dead synchronicity point.
Yes, the Great Wave. People have been telling me about it since the moment I woke up.
Yes, the Great Wave. People have been telling me about it since the moment I woke up.
Everyone talks about it, but no one really knows what it is. Did you know that the catastrophe didn't just strike here, but all over the world? They keep us isolated and misinformed. But that's the truth. The Great Wave didn't just destroy this city. It affected the entire planet. And the most surprising thing is that it all happened simultaneously, at the exact same moment everywhere on Earth. Isn't that amazing? There's never been an official account of the catastrophe. They don't want to tell us. But at The New Truth, we know a lot of things they don't want us to know.
They? Who are they?
The elite, the army, the shadow government. Whoever is in control at any particular moment. They're determined to maintain the power structures of the old world by any means. The irony is, for the moment, any notion of order or control is absurd. The rules of the game have changed completely, and the entire world is slipping through their fingers. They're disoriented and frightened, and they'll do anything to prop up the old system. That's what makes them so dangerous. But information weakens them, makes them vulnerable. And that's why we have to keep investigating, Michael. It's our duty to uncover the truth.
The dissolved, that horrible disease?
The dissolved, that horrible disease.
Yes, the fate of those poor devils. That's the cruelest and saddest part of this story. From reliable sources, we've been able to find out that while it is true the Great Wave multiplied the number of dissolved drastically, a few early cases of dissolution were actually detected hours, even days before the catastrophe.
What? There were cases of the dissolved before the Great Wave?
Yes, Michael. Just a handful of victims scattered across the globe. But the timing is significant. What's more, people have told us shocking stories about those victims.
I could tell you one. Colin, the only child of the family that took care of me in the refugee camp, is a dissolved. Just a few hours ago, in a deep trance, he shouted out my name, insisting that he needed to talk to me. He kept saying that he wanted to give me a message from Emily.
Good God, Michael. And what was that message?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I will. His condition is very serious, and I have to hurry.
If only we had more information about the disease, what it is, where it came from. If only we knew a little bit more about those strange underground highways they talk about so much during their trances. We need more information. At The New Truth, all we have are a few eyewitness reports here and there. and a handful of tests for detecting the disease that we were able to steal from one of the cleanup brigades. And that's not very much when you're trying to put together a puzzle as obscure and complicated as this one.
Dead Synchronicity. What's that?
Dead Synchronicity? What's that?
It's very difficult to explain, Michael. We're still so short of information. But I will tell you one thing. Time is running out. The Great Wave triggered a landslide of death and destruction that's accelerating by the day. And the end will be absolutely devastating.
Look around you, Chris. It's impossible for the situation to get worse.
If the theory about the approach of the dead synchronicity point is true, the future that awaits us will make everything we've seen up to now seem like a walk in the park, Michael. The arrival of the dead synchronicity point will mean the end of the world as we know it. The end of the laws of nature, the laws of physics, the very meaning of existence. And with them, of course, the end of the human species on the face of the earth. Our inability to adapt will wipe us out in a matter of minutes, and indeed, in some cases, it's already happening. But the good news is that if this hypothesis is correct, the very nature of this anomaly could also allow us to reverse the situation.
Reverse the situation? You mean avoid the future you're talking about? Avoid the consequences of the Great Wave? Is that possible?
Of course it is. How can I explain it to you? No, not yet. It would be too complex for you to understand, and I don't want to create any false hope. I can't tell you anything more for the time being. We need more information, more sources, and we need them urgently. Time is running out, in every sense of the word.
I need answers too, Chris. Where can I find the information you need? How can I help you?
A few days ago, one of our confidential sources in the Army contacted the New Truth. He told us he had a bombshell in his hands, an official report of the results of all the investigations conducted to date on the Great Wave, the Dissolved, and the Dead Synchronicity Point. It's a real gold mine, Michael. The answer to our prayers.
And where is that report now?
The same day she left the note at your house, Sarah was supposed to meet our source at the same place we always meet people who cooperate with the New Truth, which had been the safest place in the city up to that point, the sewers. But she never came back, Michael. I was hoping she'd found you. Or perhaps some problem had come up in the sewers, and she'd taken refuge in your apartment.
Don't worry, Chris. Sarah will be fine.
Yes, I know. Sarah is a strong woman and very resourceful. I know she can take care of herself. If you want to help us, Michael, get us that report. I'm trapped in this basement in this wheelchair, but I know that you'll be able to get it for me. It's vitally important that we get it. That's where we'll find the answers to all our questions. Even answers about Emily and her messages. Follow the trail of Sarah and our source. Go down into the sewers and find some clue that can lead us to them. But be very careful down there. It's dangerous.
Dangerous? You just told me the sewers were the safest place in the city.
Indeed, they were. That's why they became the perfect hiding place for the Dissolved and their families. For some time now, the Army has been reinforcing its dragnets for catching the Dissolved hiding in the sewers. If they find you in one of those tunnels, they'll shoot first and ask questions later.
I'll be fine.
Take this. You'll need something to guide you. The city sewer system is a veritable labyrinth. I've marked the exact spot where the meeting was supposed to take place. It's a huge subterranean gallery where several pipes converge. Michael, please, bring me that report. And for the love of God, bring Sarah back to me safe and sound.
I'll do it.
That was a lot of information in a short time span.
The entire basement is filled with books, albums, file cabinets, and photos. You can even find the odd exotic object in all this. Sarah and Chris accumulated enough material to fill a museum of curiosities.
Chris's desk.
Covered with scrawled notes, open books, and dirty coffee mugs. I get the impression that Chris lives, works, eats, and sleeps at this enormous desk.
Sarah's photo.
While I can't remember her clearly, looking at this photograph gives me a pleasant sense of tranquility. I'm sure Sarah and I were very good friends before the world collapsed.
Hold on.
A beat-up armchair covered with patches. It's funny. It's pretty tatty, but it looks extremely comfortable. Oh, Lord. I'm completely exhausted. I feel like I've been wandering around this new world for centuries, but I can't stop to rest now. Not until Chris and I have uncovered the secrets in that army report.
Why is it that almost every point and click have a bed or chair or something, and as soon as you click on it, it says, I don't have time to sleep? Then why put it there?
A huge old trunk. Looks like it weighs a ton. The layer of dust on top suggests that it hasn't been opened in a long time. Locked with a key. I'm afraid that Chris doesn't trust anyone, and the way things turned out after the Great Wave, he's doing the right thing.
Can I use my crowbar?
It belongs to Chris. Although I could open it with this crowbar, I have no intention of breaking the lock on this chest. What kind of friend would do that?
Okay, let's talk to Chris.
Chris, I need you to refresh my memory of a few concepts.
Okay.
What do you at the New Truth know about the Great Wave?
Everyone talks about it, but did you know that the catastrophe...
Okay, so it's the same thing.
They did that, but in... and
That's what he already told us.
Dozens of documents and newspaper clippings about conspiracies, attacks, inexplicable occurrences. Looking at the topics of all this material, I can imagine what the editorial line of the New Truth is.
There's nothing. Notes and newspaper clippings. Okay, it's the same thing. I suppose those furnitures is some way to remind you to players of the urgency of the plot. You might be right. It's just... I just think it's funny that almost every point and click there's a chair, and you can look at it, you can interact with it, and as soon as you do something with it, it just says, I don't have time to sleep or relax. I got a world to save.
I'm not going to give this camera to anyone. The only photographer here is me.
So we don't have any... Okay. Oh, so this takes us to the main street. Okay. So now we can go to the manhole. Oh, wait. I want to look at the map.
It's a map with handwritten notes, describing how to get to Sarah's meeting place with her source. Without this, walking through those tunnels would be a rather dangerous waste of time.
Okay. So I guess we go to the sewer. Let's enter the sewer, and then I have to go to sleep because I have to be up in less than 6 hours. So.
Here goes. I'll use the map Chris gave me as a guide. These tunnels are a real labyrinth.
I've noticed one thing about his shirt, which I think is funny.
This is the place marked on the map, the place where Sarah and her confidential source were found.
We saw it when he was talking to Chris, and we just saw it now. His shirt and his movement reminds me of Stan in Monkey Island. That the shirt moves, but the pattern is still. So he reminds me a bit of Stan. Bullet casings.
They gleam like gold nuggets, illuminated by the light that enters through the ceiling. These empty shell casings are evidence that a shooting occurred in these sewers. They wouldn't be of any use to me. These bullets have already been fired.
Passageways.
Dozens of dark tunnels converge in this area. Most of them closed or inaccessible from here. This place must be the true subterranean heart of the city. It's a shoe, trying to stay afloat in the stinking sludge of the sewer. From here, it looks like a castaway waving for help. It's of no use. I'm afraid that there's not much I can do for it now. The underground rivers that carried the sewage and garbage from Doomsday City lead here. If I ever thought I couldn't fall any lower, this place helps me remember how mistaken I was. There's a very familiar sound coming from the depths of the tunnel behind this grate. It's a subway train. I don't get it. If they boarded up the subway stops and shut down the subway service, what the devil are those trains carrying? And where are they going? Damn it. More of that macabre graffiti. This pestilent city is oozing blood from every pore. The trail disappears, drip by drip, into that tunnel. This is where that river of filthy water ends. It's funny. Despite the nauseating stench it gives off, there's something hypnotic about that viscous green waterfall.
I guess we go into the tunnel, and then I'm off to bed.
It's an enormous accumulation of trash, mud, and plant matter that has built up in the years since this pipe was last cleaned. Ugh, there's a stench coming from inside it, even worse than the rest of the sewer.
I'm afraid to look in the waste heap, but I guess we have to do it.
I've been able to remove some of the waste, but I won't be able to remove the rest of it with my hands. This stuff is too snarled up.
Like that?
I'm afraid I can't do that.
The crowbar?
All right. Let's see what the devil's so tangled up in here.
My God, Sarah!
A bullet's torn off her jaw. But her face is still recognizable. Poor Chris. How am I going to break this to him?
A flash drive.
One bullet hit her in the jaw, and another went through part of her neck. There's no doubt that Sarah bled to death while using the last of her strength, trying to drag herself out of here.
Ew. I guess we found Sarah. Let's look at the flash drive.
I'll take good care of it. This piece of plastic was the motive for Sarah's murder. That's how little human life is worth in this hellhole.
I guess we're gonna leave it here. What a cliffhanger. We just found our wife, or... yeah, dead. So, I'm definitely off to bed, because I have to be up in less than 6 hours.